Good morning. Welcome to this webinar anchored on the theme Curriculum, Pedagogy, and Assessment in Secondary Science Education in the New Normal. To commence the program, we will now be playing the national anthem and the doxology.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين والحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شمل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمة في مدينة دبعض وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا بالسلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the light of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Before we officially welcome everybody to this webinar, please be reminded of webinar etiquette. First, please use your correct name when entering the room. Second, please mute your microphone at all times. Third, please pay attention to the presentations and discussions. Fourth, if you wish to raise questions, please click the raise hand button. Please wait to be acknowledged before speaking. Next, you may also post questions in the chat room. Please do not use the share screen button unless you are the speaker or presenter. Please observe proper courtesy and decorum while inside the Zoom meeting room. You may turn on your video if you want to. Avoid making unnecessary remarks in the chat room and avoid turning on your microphone in the middle of a talk. This Zoom meeting will be recorded for documentation purposes. At the end of the meeting, you may be requested to turn on your video for the photo opportunity. Lastly, let us all hope for a meaningful and productive webinar today. To all our online viewers, virtual participants, fellow teachers, pre-service science teachers, ladies and gentlemen from all over the Philippines, a delightful morning. Welcome to this webinar anchored on the theme, Curriculum, Pedagogy, and Assessment in Secondary Science Education in the New Normal. By the way, please allow me to introduce myself to everyone. I am Mr. Dexter Andrew O. Manalo of Pampanga State Agricultural University, taking PhD in Science Education at the Philippine Normal University, and I will serve as your virtual host. To give you a background of this webinar, this was spearheaded by PhD in Science Education students from the Philippine Normal University taking the subject Curriculum, Pedagogy, and Assessment in Science Education under the Dean of the Segister at PNU, Dr. Antriman V. Orleans. Now, let's proceed to this program. First and foremost, we would like to acknowledge everyone who has pre-registered. We have a lot of participants coming from different provinces from all over the Philippines. It's not just of students from PNU, but from there are teachers. We have some delegates coming from different provinces and from different schools, whether they are public or private. We also have those from state universities and colleges. So we welcome you to this webinar. Now, to give some sort of a warm up through an opening message, please welcome the program coordinator for Science and Mathematics at PNU's College of Graduate Studies and Teacher Education Research, Dr. Chris John M. Pastor.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, and thank you very much, Sir Dexter, for the introduction. So, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we do, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I was invited by Professor Datukan to provide you or give you the opening remarks. I think, first of all, I'm thankful that it is also an opportunity on our part to share our insights and information to most of our in-service, pre-service teachers who are here with us today. Magandang umaga po. Okay, so before I start to start the opening remarks, I would like to ask first a question. When we consider this age, 15 years old, anong grade level ito sa sa K-12 education system? Can you type? We have 106 participants here in the session room, and I hope that they have access to the chat room. So most of them are saying they are grade 9. If they studied early and then maybe they are still in the grade 8 or otherwise medyo late sila, nandun sila sa grades pwedeng 10 or more. Okay? But the mean age would be grade 9. Thank you very much for your participation. Actually, what is so special about this age? When a certain person reaches this age 15, they are still in pediatric age. Okay? But despite the fact that they are still in the pediatric age, kasama na rin sila sa calculation natin ng some metrics that determine or indicate the success of a country. For example, they are included in the calculation of the fertility rate of a country. So it means that when we are looking at our students who are in these grade levels, to contextualize, grade 9 students, grade 10 students, this will be the future parents of the population of our country. Aside from that, when a certain student or a person reaches age 15, it is really inevitable at maisasama rin siya sa calculation ng tinatawag natin na productive age group. Because it is a global metric wherein we are computing for and we are looking for this age group 15 to 64. Why? Because they are already belonging to this productive age group who will be the workforce of our country. Okay, so those are the things that make age 15 very, very special. And when it comes to education, sigurado naman ako na alam niyo kung ano ang nangyari sa atin sa PISA, right? When they tested about 68% of our 15-year-old students, most of them failed in terms of the scores, in PISA. So let me just give you some facts. So when they covered or when they tested 68% of our 15-year-old students, they found out that 80% of our students here in the Philippines did not reach a minimum level of proficiency in reading. Only 31% of them have growth mindset. Okay, and the rest, of course, they think that when failure and being a low performer is hardwired in their brains. Aside from that, these are numbers that are very familiar to you, right? So 353 in mathematics, 357 in science, 314 reading. Those are our scores, and they are way below the average in terms of all of the scores of the participating countries in that exam. So what does it mean for us as educators? When you teach your students who are in grade 9, grade 10, or any year level, no, kung ikaw ay nagtuturo sa mas mababa pang year levels, did you really prepare them? Did we really prepare them for this momentous age? Aside from that, kung hindi pa naman, maybe we still have other years for to augment what they've learned and help them cope because they will be the future of the country. Okay? So with this, what I've learned is that, or what I've heard is that DepEd and everybody knows that our performance will be low in this exam, but we still pursued to our students to take this because without data, we really cannot work on anything, right? So this is our stimulus for the next studies that we will have, and also it also stimulated different kinds of movements and changes in our educational system. So maganda na nalaman din natin na meron tayong problema, although alam naman natin na matagal na meron na tayo niya. Okay, so that's a good thing. Now, the question now is, now that you know that we are performing low, well, there's no other option but to go up, right? To improve our educational system. So it means that when you're an educator, specifically in science, you are in this position that in a critical position, you have to give your best, you have to teach excellently, you have to give all of your time, devote your time and energy and effort so that our students will be prepared for the future that we want them to have. Maybe because we don't see that future pa naman so far. Okay? So I would like to say that this gathering is actually a good start. Why? Because acknowledging the problem is just one part or one step of the process. So ngayong nalaman mo na may problema, meron tayong problema, ano naman ang gagawin natin? We have to, and we really cannot make some uninformed decisions here. Because each time that we make an uninformed decision that is not research based, it leads us to something that has a negative impact. Nagsasayang tayo ng energy, nagsasayang tayo ng oras, ng resources, and at the same time, we will not get the result that we would like to have. So I would like to congratulate everybody for taking this first big step, recognizing the problem, looking at what does it mean for us as educators, what does it mean for our learners and our country at large, and at the same time, what will be the future steps? No, ano ang pwede nating gawin? And because if you don't know the game plan, then how will you act? That's the thing. So when I saw the objectives of this activity, I'm really amazed that our PhD students have done this, and I'm sure that it is not only for the fulfillment of the course. It is more of having this heart for the science education in the country that should the fuel or the blaze of passion for the science education in the country should not be limited or just be confined in the university. Kailangan meron, for us to have or elicit an impact, kailangan natin itong i-share. And I think and I'm sure this is a good avenue for doing such kind of thing. So with that, maraming salamat po sa pakikinig, and I hope that everybody will participate well in this activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chris John Pastor, for that informative and challenging opening remarks. You just gave us more reason to be more dedicated to the profession and to listen to what others might suggest for today's talks. Of course, this webinar will not be complete without a keynote speech. So, at this juncture, please allow me to introduce our keynote speaker to everybody. Our keynote speaker for this webinar is Dr. Marilyn U. Balagtas. She is the University Professor of the Philippine Normal University. She held key positions at the university, such as the Dean of the College of Flexible Learning and EPNU, Director of the Linkages and International Office, and Director of the Research Center for Teacher Quality. She obtained her doctorate degree at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, with specialization in measurement and evaluation. She is currently the president of the Philippine Educational Measurement and Evaluation Association, or PEMEA. Dr. Balagtas and her team of researchers very recently released their report on challenges of PISA, the PNU report. It will be very exciting to listen to what Dr. Balagtas has to share with us in the field of assessment with specific application to secondary science education. Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Marilyn U. Balagtas.
Oh, thank you very much, Sir Dexter, Andrew Manalo, for that very kind introduction. Thank you. To all our officials from the Philippine Normal University, particularly from the College of Graduate Studies and Teacher Education Research, to all my colleagues, the students who are tuned in to this webinar, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to one and all. Well, today is a holiday, but I wish you all a bright and productive working holiday. Is it a working holiday now? Because we are here still making use of this holiday to still learn as teachers. Okay, so I hope everyone will have a productive session this morning. I also would like to thank Professor Janier Gatukan for the opportunity that he has given me to be the keynote speaker of this webinar. I would like to congratulate him and everyone who worked with him for this webinar that you thought of. I understand you might have conceived of this as part of your requirements, but just like what Dr. Price John Pastor has mentioned, I'm sure because you are into science education that you care about what is happening in this field because you are into this field. And so I agree with him that thinking of a webinar like this would be a very good opportunity to allow people to talk about their views of the state of science education in the country, not only because of the results of PISA, but maybe because also of the kind of the experience that we are experiencing in the pandemic that we are experiencing. So this is a very good activity that you thought of. It reminded me of the time when I was also finishing my PhD 18 years ago as one of the requirements set by our professors. One was to conduct a training also, a training program for teachers. So I understand how it feels to be not necessarily just an organizer, but being watched of how we do things, especially that we are aware of the presence of our professors. So congratulations for that, for this idea that you thought of. And good luck if ever you will be rated by your professor for the conduct of this webinar. I'm sure this will be a success, knowing that you really spent so much time just to run this smoothly and successfully, hopefully. Okay, so I was tasked to focus my keynote. So let me show my screen now. Okay, let me know if you can see it. Okay, can you see my screen? Can Dexter confirm if my screen is
Yes, ma'am.
shown now? Okay, thank you so much, Dexter. Thank you for confirming. So I just flashed here onto the screen the focus. I understand the webinar's theme is about curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment in the new normal. But I was advised to focus my keynote to assessment for secondary science education in the new normal. I'm not an expert in secondary science education, although or in science education in general. But I accepted this invitation because I was asked to stress more on assessment, and being the president of the Philippine Educational Measurement and Evaluation Association, and having conducted studies on assessment and the curriculum, no, particularly the basic education curriculum, and as mentioned a while back by Dexter, that I led a group, who studied about the structure or the framework of PISA. I thought this is an opportunity for me to share what we found out in our study and even in studies that I led prior to this PISA. So I'll focus my talk on this, on assessment in science education and in the new normal. 10 days ago, I was also invited to be a keynote by the Philippine Normal University, my alma mater, our alma mater. And this is in ASTEN, which is the ASEAN Teacher Education Network, and it has I Connect with, which is a webinar series with a theme, Hindsight, Insight, Foresight. I thought this is a very good way of organizing my keynote message as we are talking about new normal. And of course, when we say new normal, when we use the word new, there must be an old. We could better understand the new normal or the new thing or the new state if we compare this or we look back at what it was, no, or the old normal. And so allow me to share my views about this message, no, on assessment for secondary science education using this structure. So when I say, of course, new normal, this is a jargon that has emerged in the time of COVID. So this is like the COVID time. But when I say hindsight, it's going to be recalling what it was before COVID. So that's the pre-COVID time. And then what's happening now in this COVID time and what we hope to happen in the post-COVID or the better normal. So the old normal, the new normal, and the better normal. I use this structure because according to Dr. Richard B. Joelson, he is a doctor of social work, he said to make a meaningful reflection of change, it would be good to consider hindsight, insight, foresight. These are the three stages of awareness. And hindsight is looking back at a problematic choice or action taken. It is a realization after the fact. Insight is the state of being aware of what might occur during the action. Insight is better than a hindsight as it occurs in time to avoid a regrettable action or decision to occur. Foresight is looking at the horizon and foresee an opportunity or situation where one can employ a collection of hindsights and insights to attain one's goal. Similarly, in this webinar, where we will talk about assessment of the new normal, this keynote structure is perfect to understand the webinar's objectives. Looking at the letter of invitation sent to me by Professor Janir Datukan, the webinar aims to provide clarity on the current issues and concerns of secondary level science education with regard to curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment. And that means the focus is more on our insights. Okay? And present the implications of and possible recommendations to the PISA results. Again, to me, that is more on sharing my insights. And discuss the Department of Education's learning continuity plan, its planning preparation, and eventual implementation. And that, to me, is already under foresight. And finally, to propose probable solutions to these concerns and help improve the quality of teaching in the new normal, which again to me is more on foresight. So there is no mention about hindsight. But just like what I said a while ago, we will not have a better understanding of the new normal if we don't look back at what happened in the past before the COVID came. So then allow me to share my thoughts, beginning with my hindsight of what happened in science education before COVID time. So, in doing this, we need to revisit what happened before the K-12 reform. Prior to the K-12, so that means the basic education was just for 10 years. So this is now my hindsight or sharing where we were before COVID-19 and looking back even before K-12. What went wrong in secondary science education based on assessment? We participated in the so-called teams. This is also an international large-scale assessment to mean trends in international mathematics and science survey, which was carried out by the International Association for the Evaluation of Educational Achievement. And this is an assessment that is given every 4 years. So we participated in its first conduct in 1995, and then after 4 years we participated again, and then of course after another cycle we participated again. The last cycle we participated in was in 2003, and that was of course before the implementation of the K-12 reform. But in another cycle, which is not a regular cycle, as this came out 5 years after, IEA has also launched its Teams Advance, and in its first release, we were also there. No, we also participated. So we need to revisit what happened when we participated in all this international assessment called Teams, which we did prior to the K-12. And of course, I understand, and I hope everyone knows that we did not only participate in PISA in this time of K-12, we also participated in Teams in 2019, and the results are yet to come out. And this December, I remember there was this invitation for its launching of the results this December 8. I don't know. It was just what's out for that is December. The results will also come out. And there's another international large-scale assessment that we participated in this 2019, which is the regional assessment in the Southeast Asia. We call this the Southeast Asia Primary Learning Metrics, or CPLM, but that does not cover science, so we will not be talking about that. Okay. Now, and when I look at the number of countries that have participated in teams, so we just minimize the icon of Zoom that blocks my presentation. All right, so these are the years when teams were conducted. Started in 1995, and we were there, but we only participated in the 8th grade, but I don't know what happened with the data that these were not released. Okay, so when the dot is not fully shaded, that means there is a problem with the sampling. Okay, and then we participated again in 1999, as I said, but in this year there was only one grade offered. Because usually teams is offered to 4th graders and 8th graders, but in 1999 it was only offered to 8th graders. So we were there, we participated. In 2003, a cycle after, the 2 grade levels were released again, and we participated in those 2 grade levels, but we stopped after that. While all our neighbors in the Southeast Asian region, like Singapore, which is always there at the top, has continued to participate in teams, and so with Thailand. But it stopped at a certain point, and I don't know if in 2019 that Thailand did not participate because there is no dot here. But in 2019 we participated again, but this time not the 2 grade levels, but in grade 4 only. So what happened when we participated? So I would like to just focus on the complete cycle, the 2 grade levels, the cycle when we participated in the 2 grade levels. We ranked not necessarily at the bottom, similar to what happened in PISA 2018, but we are there still in the bottom. Out of 45 participating countries in science grade 8 in 2003, we ranked 22nd. And for grade 4, the declaration is that there were 26 countries that participated in it, but one country had also a problem with its data, so it was not publicized, so it was not included in the analysis. So all in all, there were only 25, and we were there at the, third from the bottom. We are 23rd out of the 25 participating countries. And in this exam, it was not only in science, but also in mathematics. And we participated in the 2 grade levels, mathematics for grade 4 and 8, but the ranks are also at the bottom. Third from the bottom for mathematics and fifth from the bottom for mathematics 8. Then I mentioned that 5 years after IEA has launched its Teams Advance, and we participated again in this Teams Advance, although there were only a few countries that have participated. Here, as you can see in the slides, there were only 10 countries that have participated in this Teams Advance because this covered not necessarily the grades, no, the grade 8 and grade 4. This was given to countries which have taken up advanced mathematics and advanced physics in the secondary education. And because we know mathematics has been there in the secondary education even before K to 12 to include advanced mathematics, that we participated in it. Unfortunately, we landed at the bottom among 10 participating countries. But if you look at the right side, this could probably explain why we were at the bottom, because if you look at the age cohort corresponding to the final year, the grade 10 students were tested, the average age of the students tested was 16, which is very young. It is the youngest age among all the participating grade 10 learners, because the rest age 17, 18, and even 19. And if you look at the number of years of formal schooling that we had at the time, of course, we all know we only had 10 years of basic education. Unlike the other countries, except for Armenia, they had more than 10 years to cover what we call now a senior high school in our curriculum. So that could explain the results. But it's really alarming because in this year, when we participated in the Teams Advance, the students that were sampled were all from the best science schools that we have. They all came from the special science and technology schools that we had at the time. Now, I mentioned in the Teams Advanced, this also covered advanced physics, but we did not participate. Maybe you in the science education could explain why we did not participate, because if you look at the data, Philippines is no longer there. So there were no more 10, so we are not there anymore at the bottom, as there were only 9. And looking at the content of advanced physics, it covered lessons like mechanics, electricity and magnetism, heat and temperature, and atomic and nuclear physics. Maybe you could tell if at the time in 2008 that these topics were not covered in the physics subject. I believe we were discipline based at the time, and physics normally was taught in the fourth grade, not fourth year. So maybe those topics were not fully covered yet at the time. No, when Teams Advance was offered, that's why we did not participate in physics. So looking back, when we talk of teams, we participated in 4 cycles, in 4 years when IEA has conducted this international large-scale assessment. And in all those years that we participated in teams, Philippines performed below the team set world standards. Okay, and therefore we understand why we had to stop. As well, one of the findings is that our basic education is not comparable with the rest of those countries who participated in the same international large-scale assessment. We then changed or transformed our basic education to making it more comparable globally, no, with the global education community, making it K to 12. So this is now like having 13 years in basic education to include the kindergarten, plus the 6 years in basic education and 6 years in secondary education, with 4 years for junior high school and 2 years in senior high school. Okay, and because we know our curriculum is somehow comparable with the rest of the countries in the world, that we thought it's time again to participate in teams, and that's why we participated in 2019 in teams. But again, as I said, we don't know yet the results, so we don't know how we fared in this exam. But I hope the result is better than the outcome of PISA. Now, we know that K to 12 has been implemented in 2013 upon the enactment of the Enhanced Basic Education Act in 2013, which we all know as the K-12 reform, and this aimed for the holistic development of globally competitive Filipino learners equipped with the 21st century skills. So that's the focus of our K-12 reform. We want that our students are not only locally competitive, but globally competitive as well. And of course, they should be developed holistically and equipped with 21st century skills. And of course, in that curriculum, we thought of that could empower the students to be globally and not only locally competitive. Science is one. Science curriculum is one. And in 2016, this has been finalized, August 2016. And this has been the reference of all learning resources, of instruction and assessment as well in this time of the K-12 reform. We have a very good conceptual framework or science framework based on documents. It says here that the focus is really not just developing our learners to be scientifically literate, but to be technologically and environmentally literate as well. The K-12 science curriculum envisions learners who are scientifically, technologically, and environmentally literate and productive members of society who are critical problem solvers, responsible stewards of nature, innovative and creative citizens, informed decision makers, and effective communicators. This is a very beautifully crafted framework for our science education. But does this curriculum make our students locally and globally competitive? Well, we need to look at assessment results for us to determine if all curriculum areas, including science, were faithful to their intention of producing our learners not only to be holistically developed learners, but that whom we could say are competitive globally. Now, looking at the National Achievement Test results, or NAT results, which were publicized in March 2019, that was more than a year ago, before COVID, the Bureau of Educational Assessment, the Education Assessment Division, has released the NAT results with 5 levels of proficiency. Of course, we know that we aim that our students become proficient in all the skills that were developed in them, not only in science, but more particularly in those 21st century skills that were articulated and in our national achievement test, 21st century skills that were focused on were on problem solving, communicating, and information management literacy, information literacy. And it says here, for the proficient level, it has to be the percentage score should be 75 to 89. And it is believed that when one gets to this level, the students are skilled in solving problems, managing and communicating information, and analyzing and evaluating data to create and formulate ideas. Okay. But the outcome says this. The outcome of science education, science assessment, because this not covered how many areas, as 5 areas. In 2016-2017, this is already after the implementation of the curriculum, the outcome of science NAP for grade 6 is low. It fell in proficiency level that is considered low because this is below 50. Okay, and not merely proficient but even low proficiency in most areas kasi below 50 nga. Kasi pag nearly proficient, at least 50 to 74 siya. So, it does not speak of the intention of the curriculum and of course the reform, because we want our students to be proficient. So this is alarming, and this was confirmed again in also the NAT for grade 10. Consistently, science is at low proficiency level, which means to say that our students are not yet equipped proficiently with the 21st century skills of problem solving, critical thinking, and information literacy when they were assessed in grade 10 science. And how about the senior high school? We exited senior high school after grade 12. Of course, we look here at 2018 exam and then the 2019 exam, and the results are consistent. Our grade 12 students are at low proficiency level 2 in this 21st century skills tested. And this is not far from the overall result, where other areas were tested, not only science, to include philosophy, humanities, media, and information literacy, mathematics, language, and communication, and social studies. And I remember the time when this was developed too, as PNU has also been tapped for this exam. Now, going back to the science curriculum. So can the K-12 science curriculum make the students locally competitive? Well, the data show that they are not yet that confident in claiming that they are locally competitive. How about our claim of making them globally competitive? How was it? Prior to our participation in PISA, because I understand of all these policies, we started with the 2015 classroom assessment policy, then the 2016 national assessment policy, then the 2017 system assessment policy. I knew those because I have been part of the technical working group on the K-12 assessment at the time when I was then the director of the Philippine National Research Center for Teacher Quality. I was aware of our participation in international large-scale assessment. So I initiated a study, and this study was done in 2018, and it got published in a Scopus Index journal for the Europe and Asia, or Eurasia Journal of Mathematics, Science, and Technology Education. And this is our analysis of the 2016 K-12 curriculum in mathematics and science, which are the areas covered in TIMSS 2015 assessment framework. I thought of looking at that because I want to understand if we are indeed prepared to participate in international large-scale assessments. And because we participated in TIMSS before, and we stopped after several cycles, and we transformed our curriculum to making it more relevant and comparable with international standards. My assumption was that our K-12 curriculum is globally benchmarked. It was internationally benchmarked, particularly in TIMSS, because that was the first ILSA we participated in, aside from now the PISA and CPLM. So what happened in our analysis? We found out that our K-12 curriculum, which we referred to as the final curriculum in 2016, does not cover all the competencies that are being tested in international large-scale assessment. And in TIMSS, looking at the framework of TIMSS in 2015, for science TIMSS, it only cover for science, with reference to TIMSS Science Grade 4 framework, assessment framework, the competencies there were covered by the K-12 curriculum in science grade 4, but only about 82%. But for science grade 8, the situation has actually worsened as it only covered 61% of the TIMSS framework for science. Well, we also look at mathematics, but I understand this is not your focus. But I would like to say here that mathematics curriculum is more aligned with TIMSS than science. And in 2019 TIMSS, we did not participate in the two levels. We participated only in grade 4. Okay, so that probably is a wise decision, as we know the alignment of TIMSS for science in higher grade is less. So to understand what led us to claiming that our curriculum is not aligned with TIMSS framework when we talk of TIMSS, you can see here that when we did the mapping, we did it for grade. We started with grade 3 up to grade 10. We also look at the senior high school curriculum, but then in our category here, we just put here grade 3, grade 4, and above grade 4 for grade 4 science, and those that we know is not there in the K-12. So one example of a competency that is not covered, so this is not covered in the K-12, is recognizing that some remains or fossils of animals and plants that lived on Earth a long time ago are found in rocks and make simple deductions about changes in Earth's surface from the locations of these remains as a missing competency. So if you notice, may mga covered below, meron ding above, but there is such thing as not really there in the curriculum, and this is one of those. For science, which I said was not 61% aligned, we also found some competencies that are not there in the curriculum. One example of a competency that is there in the curriculum but in a higher grade level is this: describing effects related to pressure, such as atmospheric pressure decreasing with altitude, water pressure increasing with depth, and evidence of gas pressure in balloons, as a competency that is there in K to 12, but not in the same grade level where Teams is testing this, as that is in grade 8. Now, what happened with our curriculum? How come that we did not cover those competencies that are tested in international large-scale assessment like TIMSS, when the law, the RA 10533, has this provision of committing to international benchmarks, which says here that DepEd shall endeavor to increase the per capita spending on education towards the immediate attainment of international benchmarks. So by just looking at the curriculum, we know that it is not yet internationally benchmarked, no? The way we did the mapping. And then, of course, as we need to gather evidences of the effectiveness of the reform, DepEd has released its policy on system assessment, which pronounced here the intention of DepEd for us to participate in international large-scale assessments, not only that of teams, but now to include PISA, and I mentioned other ILSAs as well. So what ILSA did we participate in 2018 after the policy has been out, no? Declaring our participation in ILSA, so that's PISA. Now this is the framework of PISA, scientific literacy. PISA covers three major areas: scientific literacy, reading literacy, and mathematics literacy. These are the three major areas. In 2018, the highlight of these three is reading, which means that this component, reading literacy, has more than 25% items, more items than the other two areas by 25%. And this coming 2021, which was moved to 2022 PISA, the highlight is mathematics. Science was highlighted in 2015. So every cycle, there's a shift in the focus among the three areas. But in every cycle, there is also what we call as innovative areas. And in 2018 PISA, an innovative area is global competence, which is an area, which is an idea that should cut across disciplines, which includes science. So there should be an integration of global competence as well in science, as just like all the other areas. And as you can see in the framework of science, there are three dimensions that were looked at: the dimension of knowledge, which has content knowledge, procedural knowledge, and epistemic knowledge; the competencies, which are just clustered into three: explain phenomena scientifically, evaluate and design scientific inquiry, and interpret data and evidence scientifically. And they look at the level of cognitive demand as well, and there are three when we talk of depth of knowledge: low, medium, and high. So you could imagine that every item is designed to cover those three dimensions with the inclusion of context. And context in PISA would refer to personal, local, and national and global context. So for every item, there is a targeted competency with a targeted knowledge, and cognitive demand, plus the contextualization of the items, which we hope is something that the science curriculum has also emphasized. No? Now let's look at the results of PISA, which were released in December, just after the launching of Sulong Etukalidad program of the Department of Education, which is a quality reform program of DepEd because of, the results of NOT, which we saw very dismal, and of course, because of DepEd's awareness of the concurrence of these national assessment results with the international results. So in PISA 2018, this which was held for a month, more than 150 schools, 187, no, based on the statistics provided to us by BEA, 7,269 students were tested. So this is less than the maximum because the maximum is 88,000, and it was computer based. This is, well, PISA is offered in two modalities, paper based and computer based. But we opted to participate in the computer-based assessment, which is actually a risk because we know that our students are not exposed to computer-based assessment. Tayo man teachers ay hindi din ganun ka-exposed. So how much more to these students? So what happened in the results? Everyone knows that out of 79 participating countries in reading, we were at the bottom, but in science, we were second from the bottom. We just outperformed the performance of Dominican Republic. And this is true not only in science, but also in mathematics. So what happened? So if we look at the data, out of the proficiency levels given, talagang mababa tayo. About 78%, no? Dr. Christian mentioned about 80%, but in my analysis of the data, about 78% of the 15-year-old Filipino learners are below the proficiency level. What is the proficiency level? This black line here, that's level 2 out of the 6 levels. And if you notice, all our neighboring countries, they were actually higher than the proficiency level in their overall ranking. And unfortunately, we are there at the bottom. Okay? And if we look at the data, the cumulative percent of students who are able to perform the task at its level, based on the OECD average, is that in level 2, about 78% of the population have reached this level. 78% of all those 600,000 plus sampled students. But in the Philippines, only about 15.37 of our examinees, so remember 7,000 plus, which is just a little less than 8,000, there were 15.37%, that should be in person, no? Who are in that category. And in total, 21.97 are at the proficiency level and higher, and just a few who got even at a high performance level. Okay? And if you notice, as there were only 6 levels, many of our students are even below level 1B. Okay? It's not defined as to what is expected there, but you could probably infer that they have not even satisfied what one is capable of doing in that level. So let's find out, what do we expect that students could do in each of these proficiency levels. 6 is the highest level, and in our data, none from our Filipino participants have reached this level. These are the things that a 15-year-old learner is expected to be able to draw on a range of interrelated scientific ideas and concepts from the physical, life, and earth and space sciences, and use content, procedural, and epistemic knowledge in order to offer explanatory hypotheses of novel scientific phenomena, events, and processes, or to make predictions, discriminate between relevant and irrelevant information, and can draw on knowledge external to the normal school curriculum. Distinguish between arguments that are based on scientific evidence and theory and those based on other considerations. Evaluate competing designs of complex experiments, field studies, or simulation, and justify their choices. None would be able to do that among our 15-year-old learners, including those who were sampled from our special science schools. Now, when we talk of level 5, which is high performance still, 0.6% got into 0.06% got into this level, and these students, I forgot in what region they came from, but I think one of them happened to be from a science high school in NCR. These are the things that the students could do. Use abstract scientific ideas or concepts to explain unfamiliar and more complex phenomena, events, and processes involving multiple causal links. Apply more sophisticated epistemic knowledge to evaluate alternative experimental designs and justify their choices. Use theoretical knowledge to interpret information or make predictions. Evaluate ways of exploring a given question scientifically and identify limitations in interpretations of data sets, including sources and the effects of uncertainty in scientific data. Forgive me for all these errors in the mechanics. Level 4, average performers. And there are 1% of the almost 8,000 participants are into this category. And what can they do? So these are the things that they can do. Use more complex or more abstract content knowledge, which is either provided or recalled. Construct explanations of more complex or less familiar events and processes. Conduct experiments involving two or more independent variables in a constrained context, and justify an experimental design by drawing on elements of procedural and epistemic knowledge, and interpret data from a moderately complex data set or less familiar context, and draw appropriate conclusions that go beyond the data and provide justifications for those. Level 3, 5.6% are in this category, and these are the things that they can do. Draw upon moderately complex content knowledge to identify or construct explanations of familiar phenomena as just one. And for level 2, this is the proficiency level. The average performers can draw on everyday content knowledge and basic procedural knowledge to identify an appropriate scientific explanation, interpret data, and identify the question being addressed in a simple experimental design. Use basic or everyday scientific knowledge to identify a valid conclusion from a simple data set, and demonstrate basic epistemic knowledge by being able to identify questions that can be investigated scientifically. These are the bottom 3 levels, and these are 1A, where 35% of our students fail. No, they are in this category, and these are what they can only do. You can see them here onto the screen, and in the interest of time, that I will just let you read this when you get hold of a copy of my paper, or you can just refer to the results of DepEd. But I'm showing here that these competencies are really just very basic, no? And as I said, there were like 7.97% who came from 17 regions. All the regions were represented in this category, who were under a category below the minimum, which is a level 1B. Okay? So that explains where we are based on the International Large-Scale Assessment called PISA. Now, what happened? So we had to deepen our understanding of the PISA results. And so a group of educators, mostly from the Philippine Normal University, which I led, initiated a review of the PISA competencies or the framework vis-a-vis the K-12, similar to what we did in the teams. And one of the areas that we examined is, of course, financial literacy. And there were 2 graduates of the PhD Science Education who worked on this. Our colleague, Dr. Rosario M. Belmi, and Dr. Glenn R. Mangali from Colegio de San Juan de Letran. Both of them were my students in their PhD Science ed at that time. So I involved them, and I would like to share the results of our study and to focus more on science. As you can see here, we covered 7 areas. 3 are those major areas in PISA, and 4 other innovative areas. And in science, this was just mapped with 1, that science curriculum, unlike in all the innovative areas, where we map the competencies with 2 or more areas, because that's what the curriculum is supposed to be doing, to integrate all these innovative areas, to include global competence, creative thinking, financial literacy, and collaborative problem solving, which includes science and not only the other subject areas. So this is what we did. No, we tried to align the clear documents, no, in PISA, in the OECD website, with what is also made available in the K-12 program in DepEd. And just to explain what the E and I here, we use mapping with the language of explicit when PISA's language is captured by the K-12 curriculum and we claim it explicit and I implicit, if the mapping and the alignment will have to rely on the professional judgment of the analyst. But I want you to know that the analyst report has been reviewed blindly but by two other experts from PNU and other universities. Now, when we look at the content knowledge, Dr. Belmi and Dr. Mangali reported that our K to 12 science curriculum, so we look at the four grade levels, grade 7 to 10, this content knowledge is a reflection that there is a gap in the science curriculum for those four levels. It lacks topics on the history of the earth and the universe and its scale. So try to look at the curriculum, and if you happen to participate in the updating of the curriculum, you might want to have this included, especially that international large-scale assessments cover them, and we want to participate, in exams like this. Not only in the 2018, but there's already a pronouncement from DepEd that we will participate again in the 2021, which was moved to 2022 teams, PISA. Now, when it comes to procedural knowledge, I think there is not much problem here, as we covered all the competencies that are all the types of knowledge that are considered procedural. But Dr. Belmi and Dr. Mangali were saying that this cluster is heavy on, our curriculum is heavy on procedural knowledge compared to a very important type of knowledge, which is epistemic knowledge. As you can see here, there are only about 34 of the so many competencies, more than 100 competencies in science from grade 7 to 10 that are aligned with the epistemic knowledge tested in PISA. And some of them are not even there based on their analysis. And you can see here highlighted in red those areas that are not explicitly or not even implicitly aligned with our science curriculum. When it comes to scientific literacy competencies, so this is the second dimension. The first dimension is on the content. So we now move on to the competencies. The analysts claim that most of our competencies, scientific literacy competencies, are concentrated on explaining phenomena scientifically, but less on evaluating and designing scientific inquiry and interpreting data and evidence scientifically. So look at the distribution. The high cognitive demand are at the higher levels, but not so much emphasized in our K-12 curriculum. So this is another found gap in the study of Mangali and Belmi. And when we talk of the cognitive demand, there are three cognitive demands: low, medium, and high. The two have again examined the curriculum, and most of the competencies that we have there in the language of PISA are considered of low cognitive demand. There are also a few of high cognitive demand, but as you can see here in the graph, the emphasis is really more on the low cognitive demand across levels, from grade 7 to 10, and less on the medium and high cognitive demand. So we then could say why we are at the bottom. The science curriculum in terms of content is not internationally benchmarked, and in terms of competencies, particularly the high-level cognitive demand, we are less in that too. There is also another study that we did, which I also led, but we look at the directions and competencies of this international large-scale assessment. We did not only look at PISA, so we did not only map PISA, but we look at all other international large-scale assessments, which were mentioned in DepEd order on system assessment policy as the ILSAs that we will participate in. So these are the ILSAs that we examined in another study. This was completed in July, which we also submitted to DepEd. We covered 5 to include those that where science education is focused. So for science education, we look at teams grade 4 and 8 and the PISA for 15-year-old learners to inform possible updating in the K-12 K-12 program, particularly that of science. So I will highlight the science here. What happened? In the analysis of the team where Dr. Belmi was also part, these are the directions of ILSAS coming from both teams and PISA. There's emphasis on content knowledge, scientific literacy, and cognitive demand. And she was saying, based on her analysis, consistently we focus on all those. She was right, and we saw the data. However, if we look deeper in terms of the competencies, we could see gaps. And the gaps are there in the content knowledge, both in teams grade 4 and grade 8. And we talk here of not the 2015 that we analyzed, not the 2015 teams, but the 2019 teams, the ones at teams no, that we participated in last year. And when it comes to PISA, you are already aware that there are types of knowledge, particularly content and epistemic knowledge, that were not so much covered, and scientific literacy is also identified as an area where there are gaps, including the levels of cognitive behavior. So consistently, we are saying here that our K-12 science curriculum is not aligned with PISA and TEAMS. Even in the most recent document. So what is my hindsight rather, as a reflection of all these things that happened before COVID, because they all came, these international large-scale assessments all came before COVID. They all happened before COVID. I realized, so this is my sharing, that there is no enough evidence to say that the science curriculum designed for the K-12 program can produce globally competitive learners, as the curriculum has not been internationally benchmarked with TEAMS and PISA. So this is just based on the international large-scale assessment. But if teachers in science claim that this is not true, if we look at other data, whatever this data source could be, then that would be a good news. But again, because we relied only on what is clear and apparent based on data, that this is my reflection. Let's move on to my insight of what the new normal is. And I'm referring again to the state of being aware of what might occur during this pandemic. So, in this pandemic time, what happened with the science curriculum? It was reduced. We call this the most essential learning competencies, and I'm sure you are aware that this has been reduced by 34%. No? So 66% of the 100% curriculum is now being highlighted in the science secondary education. Were the gaps in the K-12 science curriculum that were found in our study covered? Maybe you could revisit this. But I asked Dr. Belmi, who is part of this study, and Dr. Glenn to look into the most essential learning competencies. If those gaps that were identified were covered, and they were saying definitely not covered, because the reference of the MELCs is still the science curriculum in 2016, which is what we refer to as not internationally benchmarked. So, in the new normal, what's the difference now? In the past, our normal, the old normal was more on pen and paper assessment. Instruction was also face-to-face, but we took the risk to participate in a computer-based assessment, which is now like a new normal, because in the COVID time, we all know that distance learning is the only way to continue education. And in this modality, one of those is teaching online. But we understand that modular distance learning is the most common, as this is the most accessible platform, accessible modality for all learners. Okay, so these are the modalities that are now used. I will not expound on this because I understand there's another speaker to talk about this. But just to walk you through about all these learning modalities that are employed at present. Now, what about assessment? How is assessment now? Well, I guess teachers, including students, are now being exposed to digital testing and proctoring. I don't know yet with the digital testing and proctoring, if this is happening in all, because I understand some schools, like in the school of my daughter, who's also a teacher in science, a special science teacher in our place, she's using online instruction, and so online assessment as well. But there is no such thing as online proctoring. I don't know if she has the app to be able to proctor her exam. And because quarterly assessment is not test, not part of the assessment, not part of the grading, that I guess online proctoring is not necessary at this time, as the interim policy on assessment says we have to use more of the written assessment and performance assessment. So this is my reference. So the DepEd Order 31, which is the interim policy on assessment, says that we have to promote holistic and authentic assessment, use a variety of assessment, including portfolios. We have to promote assessment and feedback that should be a shared responsibility, not only of the teachers and students, but also their parents, and their siblings or their family members. It should allow flexibility, including flexibility in grading. No? Of course, may mga criteria set and weights given, but use your professional judgment if necessary to balance what is effective and feasible remotely. Okay, and I think most important here is that we have to view grading and assessment to have a positive impact to learning. We know that assessment could have a negative impact, and that is discouraged in this time of pandemic. We have to be more compassionate and understanding in this time of pandemic. So assessment should have a positive impact. Now, in the higher ed, well, we also are following some policies, and CHED memo number 4 is our reference, and it says here it promotes performance-based assessment, including portfolios with rubric for online and offline learning. But CHED was very explicit that if we use online assessment, that our assessments should be adaptive, meaning the test is given to the students based on their ability, no? So naka-calibrate ito that everyone takes a test unique of the others, no? So very differentiated and individualized ang testing dito. It promotes project-based or task-based assessment for offline learning. Now, in the basic education, these are the things that I've witnessed myself, and even in conferences, these have been their model of how performance-based assessment is done. They would, the teacher, if this is, let's say, in PE, the teacher would demonstrate what is to be done, and all the students are there viewing and imitating what the teacher does, okay? And in support of the video, there are also, sorry, I cannot, okay, in support of the video, no, or the online synchronous demonstration of the skills, they anticipate, of course, that not all would have a good connectivity, so modules are also given, and all those skills that have to be shown virtually have to be shown as well in printed form. So talaga naka-picture siya and part of the module. So I don't know if that's how the others are also doing that, no? Also in PLE, that's also their practice. The teacher would demonstrate what is done, no, and then all the students are shown into the platform, and then they follow as the teacher demonstrates procedure. So this is one example which was done by our colleague from the Philippine Normal University. So this is in TLE. Okay. Let's move on. What are the other ways of assessing in this time of COVID? Of course, this is not new as far as I'm concerned, because these are the things that I've been doing even before the COVID. But now a common thing, a new thing in this time of COVID, the portfolio, I started with the print portfolio, and then it transformed to digital portfolio, and now I'm using electronic portfolio. So I'm using links. I let my students create e-portfolio. They just give me links, no? Wixsite is a popular site that is free, and so with Google Site and MS Wave, which students could explore as possible platform for the creation of your e-portfolio. So now, what are my insights in this new normal? The new normal has led us to use what we were introduced to as alternative before, because all those things that we discussed, online, blended, they were alternative modalities before, but now they are the new modalities. They are the ones that are only possible in this time of COVID. So that's the shift that is that has happened. Let's talk about my foresight. So what happens after COVID? This is our post-COVID foresight, no, and I hope that the post-COVID is a better normal for all of us. This is looking at the horizon and making use of our reflections of the past, our hindsight, and of the present to improve the future. As we have to participate again in other ILSAs, including PISA in 2022, there are preparations that are now being done by DepEd, and I'm aware of that as I have been part in many discussions. We need to revisit again the milk. So the milk suite has been released this COVID time will have to be revisited to incorporate those that were found to be missing if we refer to international large-scale assessments like PISA. And as to the number, I don't know, maybe a little more, as we know that the current is not sufficient if we still have to accommodate the ones that are found to be missing. Well, at present, everyone is already exposed to computers, online testing. Maybe some students are not in here yet, but in the post-COVID, this becomes something regular that we could anticipate because DepEd is preparing for some interventions in preparation for PISA, and one of those is exposure of making our students exposed to computer-based assessment, especially the items that are used in PISA and other ILSA. So there will be PISA-like or ILSA-like assessments in the future, and they will be computer-based. And everyone, I believe in, would be exposed to this because any 15-year-old learner could be sampled, whether you are from a public sector or private sector. So this is another thing that I thought could happen. We are all focused on problem-solving tests. No? Nakafocus lang tayo dun sa limited 21st century skills of problem-solving, information, and critical thinking. But in international large-scale assessments, they also focus on creative thinking, collaborative problem-solving, financial literacy, and global competency. So I would like to believe that our future assessments will cover all other innovative areas in PISA. What else in the future? Well, we are more exposed to varied digital platforms. At present, we know our digital platforms are limited, but we will get used to them and would entertain more in the future. And of course, summing it up with all this that I thought would be necessary as a reflection of all these preparations that we should be doing to make our education not only accessible but to everyone, but also of quality. So it should be internationally benchmarked, not our curriculum. Our instruction should be ILSA driven, as they contain the international benchmark. ILSA like and developmental assessments would be more. ILSA based learning resources will be available. Computer based ILSA driven instruction and ILSA like assessment would be apparent, and ILSA skills focused professional development programs for teachers would be made available. Of course, this is all for the upskilling of teachers. Now, to sum up, this is how I see now teaching and learning in different modalities. So I use these quadrants. This is where most of us, in the past, before COVID, this is the face-to-face. So this is for quadrant learning modalities. This is where we are, in the current situation, COVID time. Most school students are here in the new normal. This is the distance remote or broadcast learning, not necessarily all online, but some, especially in the universities, they are more on online, both asynchronous and synchronous. My foresight is the better normal, and this is now the combination of both the online and the face-to-face modality, because there is no such thing as perfect modality. So we have to blend all those possible venues of learning. That's my summary of the whole when it comes to the learning modalities. And when it comes to assessment, pare-pareho yung apat na yon, nandiyan pa rin ba as we need to vary our assessment, as there is no such thing as perfect methodology in assessing learning, we have to use all appropriate methods using print to actual task and portfolio assessment, just like what we did in the face-to-face in the past, to making them more digital in the present normal and electronic if possible. And the combination of those, whichever is accessible and doable to the students and to the teachers for the future. Okay? And finally, my reflections that the better normal will enable us to use freely any modality accessible and convenient to use for teaching and assessment. It will require us to continuously explore and innovate to prepare us for another surprise of tomorrow. Okay, and finally, uh, let me share these thoughts from Bill Kian, who said, Let yesterday be history. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift of God, which is why we call it the present. Okay? So education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare it for today. And that's from Malcolm. So that's it. Thank you so much for listening. Well, I don't know if I spent more than 45 minutes. That was the maximum time given to me. My apology if I used up more than the time that was allotted for me. Thank you, everyone. If you have some questions about assessment, I want you to know that we have a book as well that you can refer to. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our keynote speaker for this webinar, Dr. Marilyn Ubiña Balagtas. Maraming salamat po, ma'am. Thank you for giving us a walkthrough on how things are, the background of the Philippines in the PISA, the K-12 curriculum design for science education, where are we now, the gaps, and what we can do. I also agree with your statement a while ago that we can improve the direction of the future of science education in the country by looking at what we have right now in the Philippines. Once again, our keynote speaker this morning, dear online viewers and participants, Dr. Marilyn Ubiña Balagtas. So, as a token of our appreciation, we would like to virtually award her this certificate. So please allow me to read the citation. Philippine Normal University, the National Center for Teacher Education, College of Graduate Studies and Teacher Education Research, Taft Avenue, Manila. Certificate of Recognition to Dr. Marilyn Ubiña Balagtas for providing invaluable insights and information as keynote speaker during the webinar on curriculum, assessment, and pedagogy in science education in the new normal, addressing current issues toward improving the quality of teaching, given this 30th day of November 2020. Signed, Antriman V. Orleans, Dean Segister. Dear virtual participants, what about a big round for our keynote speaker, Dr. Marilyn Balagtas. Thank you very much, ma'am. I hope you will be available for future webinars as well, or trainings where you can share more to a bigger audience. Maraming salamat po ulit. Dear online viewers, aside from our keynote speaker, we also have guest speakers for this webinar. We have two of them actually this morning. And so, let us proceed to meeting them. Our first guest speaker this morning is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, major in Animal Science in University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Her graduate studies include Diploma in Science Teaching in UP Open University Learning Center in 2005, and finished her Master of Arts in Science Education, major in Biology in 2013 at the Philippine Normal University. At present, she is writing her dissertation entitled Service Quality Framework of STE Implementers in Calabarzon under the degree program Doctor of Philosophy in Science Education at PNU. Malianora Mangabat Natividad is a former classroom teacher handling science, MAPE, Values Education, and Araling Panlipunan at Cabuyao Integrated National High School, where she became the first head teacher of the science department until 2018. Her transformational leadership when she passed the national qualifying examinations for school head in 2015 was proven when she became the first school head in the establishment of Marinig National High School in Cabuyao, Laguna until 2018. Another first in her career is at present, she's the Education Program Supervisor in Science at SDO Cabuyao City. She has served DepEd for 2 decades and proven her stint in science curriculum as a K-12 national trainer, regional and division test module writer, international researcher, SIP advisor, external consultant in learning, and has participated in various regional and national trainings or seminars related in science and research. Her interest in science, education, and robotics led her to present a research entitled Service Quality of SDO Cabuyao City, Innovations Through Robotics, in International Conference in Robotics, Aeronautics, Mechanics, and Mechatronics in Tokyo, Japan, last February 2020, and she received Excellent Paper Award. Currently, the paper was approved for publication in International Journal of Management and Applied Sciences for free. She's a regular research presenter in Calabarzon Basic Education Research and other international research organizations. In addition to her achievement as an educator, she also passed the Career Executive Service Examination in June 2019. All these professional achievements, according to her, are but the paths where God has planted her, for she truly enjoyed the journey of being an educator and a mother of 2 full-fledged engineers and a future computer engineer in UP Diliman this academic year, which she claimed to be blessings that she received and offered to God, whom she believes to be the creator and owner of all the imprints that we will live in this world, be it in the new normal and in the next normal. So our first guest speaker is Miss Ma Leonora M. Natividad. Now, I will be introducing the second speaker already. If our first guest speaker is a lady, our second guest speaker is a gentleman, going by the name Dr. Dennis Baita Masangkay. Dr. Dennis B. Masangkay is a newly promoted education program supervisor in science at the Division of Tanawan City and a former master teacher 2 and STEM subject group head of Alangilan Senior High School. He believes that quality science education equates the quality of teachers. He is an active basic education researcher with research focusing on curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment. With his burning passion and endeavors in research, he victoried in 2 research conferences, winning 2 Best Research Paper Awards during International Conference of Basic Education Researchers, Southeast Asia 2018, and Best Oral Presenter during the Conference of Basic Education Researchers 2019. These awards were recognized by the division and the city government for bringing the pride of Batangueño in the international and national research arena. In the school year 2019 to 2020, he was recognized as School Outstanding Researcher and Science Teacher and District 3 Gawad Sigasig Outstanding Researcher. He also served as field researcher and contributor to CHED-funded research developing framework for Philippine STEAM education. He is also one of the division researchers who successfully qualified to receive Basic Education Research Fund for the conduct of his division-wide research paper on creating synergy framework for effective implementation of work immersion program employing qualitative methods. Being a calibrated researcher, he selflessly shares his knowledge and expertise on research by attending different trainings and seminars focusing on research in other division and different schools and districts within the division as resource speaker. He also serves as judge in the Division Science Fair and Congress and district conferences. As a master teacher in the division, he's an active designer and developer of teaching model and instructional materials. Pedagogical innovations such as 3D 21 lesson exemplars, Synergy framework for implementation and work immersion program, STEM student research culminating activity model, teaching guide for physics instruction utilizing Batangueño culture, and grade 7 worksheets are some of his instructional obra and masterpieces. He is also an active educational material writer. He became a writer of the physics items for the National Achievement Test for senior high school students. He was also tapped in the National Write Shop for supplementary learning materials in philosophy and regional module writing activity in earth science for alternative delivery mode. He was also one of the validators and contributors of the National Research Council's formulation of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, or PPST, specifically on crafting IPCRF and the corresponding MOVs. With his talents, he composed the Alangilan Senior High School hymn entitled Dunong and the designer of the logos of different schools. He is also a singer and a program director. Dr. Dennis Baita Masangkay graduated cum laude, taking tertiary degree, Bachelor of Secondary Education with specialization in General Science and Mathematics at Batangas State University, and finished his Master of Arts program focusing on science teaching in the same university. At present, he's a full-fledged doctor, which he obtained from the Philippine Normal University, Manila, with a degree Doctor of Philosophy in Science Education with a dissertation entitled Didactic Design for Diverging and Enhanced Engagement Towards 21st Century Skills, or the 3D 21 model, a pedagogical model for Philippine senior high school STEM, employing both qualitative and quantitative designs. Through his academic attainment, he also magnifies his influence on educational paradigms and philosophy through teaching at Batangas State University Main Campus 1 Graduate School. So, dear participants, online viewers, here are the guest speakers this morning. Speaking first is Miss Maria Leonora M. Natividad.
Hello, good morning.
We
Good
can hear you
morning,
po, ma'am.
Thank you, Sir Dexter Andrew Manalo, for that very generous introduction. And also, I would like to extend my gratitude for having me in this culminating activity of PhD Science Ed students. A topic that was assigned is secondary science curriculum in the new normal. Allow me to extend also my sincerest gratitude to all the organizers of this activity, and also to Dr. Dr. Chris Jad Pastor, our program coordinator, and the keynote speaker, Dr. Marilyn Balagtas. Talagang na-overwhelmed ako sa results ng PISA and the hindsight. Saka mga foresights ni ma'am. Para tuloy ako nawala sa pagsasalita after hearing all these insights, and also the introduction of our next speaker. Para akong lumiit. Sorry po. But allow me to share with you some of the updates or how is secondary science curriculum is going in the Department of Education. The key points that I will be presenting to you are the legal basis in the implementation of the K-12 secondary science curriculum in the new normal. Also, the streamlining of the most essential learning competencies as indicated in the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, and how the curriculum is being governed, managed, and supervised in DepEd. The legal basis in the implementation of the K-12 secondary science curriculum is, of course, coming from the 1987 Constitution, Article 14, Section 1, that states that the state shall protect and promote the right of all citizens to quality education at all levels and shall take appropriate steps to make such education accessible to all. Republic Act 9155, or the Governance of Basic Education Act of 2001, DepEd is vested with authority, accountability, and responsibility for ensuring access to promoting equity in and improving the quality of basic education. The legal basis also focus on the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, or BELCP, and the Sulong Edukalidad Framework. I also included here the NEDA Framework for Ambition 2040. Now, in the Sulong Edukalidad Framework, which has 4 pillars, the acronym for KITE, which stands for the K-12 Review and Update, the improvement of the learning environment, the teachers' upskilling and reskilling, engagement of stakeholders for support and collaboration. Now, I just included the Ambition 2040, which states na ang plano ng gobyerno sa ating mamamayan sa buong Pilipinas is ang magkaroon tayo na isang matatag, maginhawa at panatag na pamumuhay. I included here part of my slides that we ensure Filipino students acquire the foundational literacies, the basic literacy of reading, numeracy, and scientific literacy. Also, the ICT literacy, economic and financial literacy, cultural and civic literacy. The formal education system must also ensure that students obtain competencies like critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, communication, and collaboration, and develop the character qualities or the scientific attitudes that our student must manifest, like curiosity, initiative or being proactive, the persistence and grit, adaptability, leadership, social and cultural awareness. So this may require a revision of the curriculum content, but more importantly, the mode of delivery. And at the same time, there must be access to lifelong learning opportunities so that competencies are continuously upgraded and updated. Now, Republic Act 10533 states otherwise known as the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013 calls for inclusive, quality, and learner-oriented education that addresses the various needs and diversity of learners. Science curriculum in the new normal includes all or supports the inclusive education and respect the diversity of learners. Also, for the teachers to be equipped in the different professional program, DepEd Order 48 series of 2020 was issued on professional development programs and courses from DepEd and non-DepEd learning service providers so that the teachers will be given ample and enough trainings so that they will be equipped in this new normal. Also, the Department Memorandum number 50 series of 2020 or the professional development priorities for teachers and school leaders for school year 2020 to 2023. Now, what is in the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan? The Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan is a response of the Department of Education to challenges posed by COVID-19. It is an integrated output which is the product of collaboration from the different bureaus, from the different divisions, including the consultations from the stakeholders, the teachers, and the parents. And it is being harmonized by Executive Committee and Management Committee for its implementation. Also, it stems from the Philippine Forum for Inclusive Quality Education Forum or EDUC Forum, and from the different online surveys gathered from the field. Now, as what our DepEd Secretary has said, that learning must continue despite all the odds. The Learning Continuity Plan covers the essential requirements of education in the time of COVID-19. So, by part is in the curriculum. We are all familiar with the most essential learning competencies. Along with it are the different or the multiple learning delivery modalities so that the teachers, school leaders, and learners will be using as different platforms in the delivery of the curriculum. It also adheres in the required health standards in schools and workplaces and special activities like Brigada Eskwela, Oplat Pelik Eskwela, and Partnership to harmonize all the plans of DepEd in the implementation of the curriculum and in the continuity of learning to all types of our learners. Now, in terms of the curriculum component, the Learning Continuity Plan ensure learning continuity through the K-12 curriculum adjustments. They also align the learning materials and the deployment of multiple learning delivery modalities, the provision of corresponding trainings for teachers and school leaders, and the proper orientation of parents or guardians of the learners. So in this sense, the Department of Education anchored all these most essential learning competencies from the curriculum guide issued on 2016. Now, the simplification or the making the most essential learning competencies available to our learners are being streamlined so that it will give somehow an academic ease or the problems in the congestion of curriculum and the length and some of the lengthy competencies that cannot be accommodated during this time are being minimized. Now, the key elements that are included also in the Learning Continuity Plan in terms of curriculum are the streamlining of the K-12 curriculum, which focuses on the most essential learning competencies. And along with it, how this curriculum can be given to our learners in terms of the instruction, the different or varied modalities like the online distance learning, the modular distance learning, and blended learning are made available to all our students, depending on their capacity and on their ability and the availability of resources. Now, during this time, the assessment focuses only on the two components, eliminating the quarterly exam and focus only on the written works and performance product. So, hinati na po, and the 20% was distributed in addition to the written work na 40, naging 50%, and the performance products 50%. Alam ko po na ang ating mga students, especially our participants who are in this degree program are very much aware of these changes in our assessment, in our curriculum, and in our instruction. And I would like to congratulate you all because we believe that the teachers as the most important learning resource not inside the classroom today, but handling the different instructions using these different learning modalities are really giving great glory. So great glory for our learners and reaching them out, doing all their best and studying everything so that we will be able to cope up with the changes in this pandemic in the implementation of our curriculum. Now, the interplay with this curriculum, instruction, and assessment, they are being given to us with the different learning resources and instructional support given by making all this print and offline or online digital format for self-learning modules available. Also, these materials are made available in the DepEd Learners Portal, in the DepEd Commons, and other LR portals and resources. So as what Dr. Balagtas has said earlier, sabi ko nga parang it will be easier kasi napapractice natin, especially yung mga nasa public school, yung actual na nangyayari sa ating pag-handle ng curriculum in science. Now, it was mentioned that there is a reduction talaga in terms of the learning competencies from 284, a reduce of 66, a reduced number going into 66%, making the number of meals available to us in the entire K-12 curriculum 187. And for the STEM, from 586 to 347. Now, it is not said naman that these LCs deleted were not incorporated. Para they were subsumed in the most essential learning competencies. This shows the percentages of girls in total LCs in current CGs. Now, we say that by streamlining the most essential learning competency, the students will be able to focus more on the learning activities and resources while having sufficient time for coverage and mastery. Now, yung mga most essential learning competencies natin, they are being characterized by this different focus. First, of course, is the alignment to national standards or framework. For example, yung ating science curriculum framework, which develop a holistic Filipino learner with 21st century skills. The BELC also connect content to higher across learning content areas. So yung connection of interrelation of topics in the spiral progression of the curriculum are also being met by this selection of the MELC. They are also applicable to real life situation. Now, the applicability of all these most essential learning competency in real life situation really calls or entails the creativity and innovativeness as well as resourcefulness of our teachers. Kasi alam naman natin, most of the students, kahit may gadget sila, they choose to study using the modular distance learning modality. So, parang ang hirap, especially on the part of the student that nasusundan lang niya yung mga activities or mga learning tasks na ipino-provide doon sa self-learning module. Nevertheless, yung limitations, nagkaroon tayo ng adjustment such that aside from yung mga orientations given when the teachers provide the weekly home learning plan for the parents and the students, nagkakaroon pa rin ng tsansa na magkaroon ng connections ang parents, ang students, at saka ang teachers by providing additional activities in the real context na nasa bahay yung mga bata. Also, the MELs are important for students to acquire even if a student drops out from the school, and they cannot be expected to be ordinarily learned by students if not taught in school. Yung challenges talaga ng most essential learning competencies, especially nagkaroon ng maraming, hindi naman maraming versions, but improvement in terms of the skills, the knowledge, and the attitudes that must be incorporated. Parang sabi nga, the framework wherein the most essential learning competency was anchored on endurance, such that the lifelong learning or the lifelong skills of student can be measured. Specifically, if we are looking into improving the research skills of our students, the reading comprehension, in terms of writing, map reading, and hypothesis testing. Now, on our end, because the central office who provided us with the policy in the implementation of curriculum, with these most essential learning competencies. Now, in terms of the governance level, all regional offices and division offices, nagkaroon tayo ng contextualization. Parang, even though the self-learning modules are made available to us, still merong flexibility ang ating curriculum as long as the context of the learners are being addressed and they will be given enough resources and right resources wherein they can be able to harness their skills and obtain knowledge in their self-learning modules, or in other terms of learning modalities. Now, how the BELC was able to come up. So, andito po yung matrix on how the most essential learning competencies in the different key stages domain were identified. So, kung titingnan naman natin, nagkaroon lang ng bahagyang shift kasi yung ibang learning competencies naka-subsume or naka-include na kidlap or be merged into one, such that the curriculum will somehow be more flexible and easy for the teachers and also for the students na ma-attain. Now, for example, in Key Stage 3 sa atin sa secondary curriculum, the retained LC, like in grade 8, used the periodic table to predict the chemical behavior of an element. So, galing din ito doon sa third quarter ng curriculum guide natin that trace the development of the periodic table from observations based on similarities and properties of elements. Now, in terms of justification, bakit na-retain yung LC ng competency 12? It's because it requires the student to use the properties of elements to predict the chemical behavior of an element, hence it is more encompassing. Ganun din po sa key stage 4. So, it is not actually deleted, but the essential competencies are subsumed in the considered most essential learning competency. Now, this is how the most essential learning competencies are being presented to us as we implement the curriculum. Familiar naman po tayo dun sa curriculum guide, and the budget of work has somehow been also reduced. And more or less, ang ating isang quarter, nagra-run siya ng 8 weeks. May iba tayong mga competencies in a quarter that will run for 6 weeks, siguro because of additional time that must be given para mabigyan ng enough skills yung bata para doon sa mga essential competencies. Like for example, in quarter 1, for grade 8, the content standard for the Newton's 3 laws of motion and the performance standard wherein a student should develop a written plan and implement a Newton's Olympic. In real sense, hindi natin makikita, especially yung mga physical activities, because they are doing a home-based learning. Now, the most essential learning competencies, such as investigating the relationship between the amount of force applied and the mass of the object to the amount of change in the object's motion, makikita natin it is run for week 1. Parang for week 1, depende ito kung paano ina-address ng this is flexible pa rin in terms of the teacher handling na magbibigay ng instruction sa kanyang weekly home learning plan kung paano gagawin ng bata. Kasi in our division, we observe some students na halimbawa may module sila na 8 na meron lahat ng learning areas. Merong mga parents who are very creative enough na Ang module nila, for example, ay kailangan makuha nila ng Saturday and they have to submit it on Friday. So hinahati nila English, Math, Science, tinatapos nila ng first 2 days, then the other 2 subjects sinasabay nila on the third and fourth day, then ganon. Parang yung continuity ng learning ng bata dun sa essential competencies and mga activities nakakonect na. Pero iyon naman po ay depende din sa context ng bata at doon sa capability ng mag-handle ng lesson, whether it is online or in a modular form. So yung pag-aalaw natin ng implementation ng curriculum, especially during this time that instructional supervisors cannot really hindi natin makikita at magagawa yung na-experience natin. For example, when the teacher is having a classroom observation and the school head is conducting a classroom observation, use the classroom observation tool. Parang mahirap, di po ba? Pero sabi nga natin, we do not make things hard or we do not make things easy naman na mawawala yung quality. Nevertheless, ang assistance ay binibigay natin in terms of curriculum is the attainment of at least the most essential learning competency and yung skill na made-develop ay developmental. Okay? So, now, there are also, in the new normal, we are also faced with the different learning delivery modalities. So, ang face-to-face naman, hindi pa rin natin ito ginaganap physically kasi nga until the President approves our face-to-face class. But the face-to-face virtually are also done using online. So sa amin po sa Kabuyaw, maraming mga estudyante na modular yung pinili. Pero meron din naman po silang mga gadget like cellphones, mga internet or connections or mga social media account na nakaka-communicate yung mga teachers for them to be able to monitor or to supervise paano ba yung gagawin ng kanilang mga estudyante. They assist. Nakapag-observe na po ako ng isang actual na experiment na ginagawa ng bata sa loob ng bahay using the available materials na teacher guided. Ito ay sa grade 4. Kaya nilang gawin yon. We also have this distance learning, the online distance learning, the TV or radio broadcasting, and the modular distance learning. Familiar po tayo lahat dito sa modular distance learning, but we in the division lack some of the materials for TV or radio broadcasting kasi nga parang ang na-train pa lang dito ay ang mga English teacher. So in terms of percentage, meron kami mga na-produce na video na ginagamit sa learning ng bata na dinevelop din ng ating mga teachers. And also, meron tayong mga DepEd radio stations or TV stations, saka yung iba pang mga platforms na accredited ng DepEd like yung Knowledge Channel, mga DOST virtual exhibits. Ina-advise din po namin iyon na i-access ng mga teachers para ma-share doon sa mga may available resources sa ating mga estudyante. Was the blended learning and homeschooling. Now, in terms of the availability of learning materials, alam naman natin kung gaano kahirap ang pinagdaanan ng ating mga curriculum writers in terms of developing the learning resources na gagamitin nila for this school year. Parang na-develop siya sa amin sa Region 4A. We were able to come up with our contextualized module kasi ang ano nga natin is how we are going to address immediately. Mag-i-start na siya ng August. Definitely, buti nagkaroon ng adjustments kasi nakita talaga natin that there is a need for more time para magkaroon ng pag-aaral and at the same time, magkaroon ng coordination sa parents because we are educating not only our learners but more of our parents na siyang may direct contact doon sa bata. Now, in terms of the materials, hindi man ganun kadami, na-utilize pa rin naman po natin yung mga existing learning materials available dun sa ating previous learning competencies like the textbook, the teaching guide, and the learner's material. Now, this is an example of the contextualized self-learning modules that were developed by our region, and so fortunately we were given a chance na ma-include sa pag-develop and pag-share nito. This material, yung first version niya was also given to DepEd Commons for the utilization also of our learners. Now, nag-try akong mag-search ng maraming modules and nakita naman natin talaga na in a short span of time, sabihin natin meron tayong mga hindi narinig, may mga narinig tayo na hindi maganda in terms of the material, but nevertheless, pag nakakakita ako ng bata na nagbabike o kaya naglalakad, hawak yung module, there is a pride or there is something that really make me smile na parang ito yung pinaghihirapan ng DepEd, and nakikita natin yung mga bata na kahit bumabaha, they still manage to make a priority doing their self-learning modules. And this is an indicator that everybody in the Department of Education is really one or doing the same mission na sabi nga natin hindi ganun kadali na mag-handle, especially on the part of the teacher, from the preparations of their weekly home learning plan to the retrieval of the self-learning modules. Parang medyo chaotic pa in terms of the summative assessment. Ang dami nating naririnig when it comes to, malapit nang mag-end ang ating first quarter. Paano po yung gagawin namin, and that is really a part of how we will go through in addressing the needs of the teachers and of course reaching to our learners and our parents. Okay? So, ayan po, hindi naman ganun ka-perfect, but with the help of our external and internal reviewers, the Region 4A was able to come up with this kind of learning materials for our learners. So, ganun din po para sa second quarter. Now, in addition to textbooks distributed to the schools, the self-learning modules should be made available in print and in digital format. So, in this sense naman po, sabi natin, ang pinaplano ngayon ng DepEd is how they will be able to come up with learning resources na hindi naman medyo, but we are really looking into a long-term or may magkaroon ng mas mahabang utilization ng material, kasi alam naman natin napakalaki ng expenses na gagamit when we print modules. Sabi nga, ang daming puno ang kinat ng DepEd para ma-print itong mga modules na to, di ba? And with the advent of technology, there are modifications, and of course with the help of the stakeholders na ma-develop itong mga learning modules na to in an interactive or digital formats para yung naumpisahan natin gawin ngayon ay magkaroon ng continuity in terms of the learning resources. Kasi yun naman talaga ang malaking problema natin sa DepEd. Sabi nga natin, pag nasa loob ng classroom, problema natin yung class size kasi ang dami nila. Pero ngayon, still, kahit sabihin natin physically hindi namimit ng mga teachers ang mga students, at kahit sabihin natin na they only have 30 or 20 students in a class, which is very rare yung chance, kasi with the influx of the students coming from private schools. Kami nagkakaroon pa dito sa division namin ng class size na around 60 or 70. And from time to time, ikino-coordinate po sa amin yun ng top management na teka, pag-aralan natin kasi baka magkaroon naman ng effect ito sa mga teachers who will be handling the materials that will be submitted by our student. So talagang we really have to put in mind that the struggle in education is really a work hand in hand by the school learning system, the community, and trust with our colleagues and our co-workers. So ito na yung looking forward natin sa curriculum. And we are also minded, admit it or not, hindi lang bata ang nag-aaral ng lahat. Kahit kami din po sa Curriculum Implementation Division, dahil lahat tayo dito ay bago, inaaral din po natin. Sabihin na natin na may nadagdag lang sa ating mga pag-aaralan at medyo nagkaroon lang ng inconveniences kasi hindi natin kumikilos tayo but we are not really sure kung gaano ka-safe, di ba? Pero syempre with the help of our faith na when we do something for the good of the people, walang makakahadlang sa atin. Yeah. Okay, so here are some of the materials or learning resources that may help us or advise our teachers na i-visit para magkaroon ng additional input for the learners. So meron naman tayong mga students that they can afford to make use of or avail or access these platforms. The OST, because the OST for junior and senior high school students launched this Tuklat Siyensya sa Eskwela. Okay. This is paving the way for students and teachers to not just cope but creatively adapt to the new normal. And they are really upgrading some of the experiments and activities na ipinapakita nila. And also the Knowledge Channel Foundation. They make use of many videos or related to our science curriculum. We also have the DOST TV. Now, in terms of, maliit lang yung slides na pinakita ko dito in terms of curriculum governance, management and supervision, and monitoring and evaluation. Basta sa level po ng governance, the policy comes from the central office and its governance in the regional office, nagkakaroon na po iyan ng contextualization. Now, in terms of the division offices, katulad po namin na we are supervising the curriculum in the division office, talagang ang heart po ng instructional supervision is not only in the hands of the instructional supervisors, pero yung hand-in-hand connection with the teachers kasi lamang po ngayon ang magkaroon ng kumustahan because we are not only catering the minds of the learners, pero ganoon din po yung ating mga teachers. Dahil bago nga sa sistema ng ating pag-aaral on the school level, it is always important that we conduct an online kumustahan. Kumusta na ba yung module? Natatapos ba? Yung online learning nila? Kumusta ang mga bata? And yung provision na kapag bumitaw yung internet, ano yung mga other challenges and paano ina-address ng ating mga teachers and technical assistance na ipino-provide naman ng mga instructional leaders. Now, in science curriculum, syempre we are implementing the existing still, the K-12 science curriculum with emphasis or focus on the most essential learning competency. and the Science, Technology, and Engineering Curriculum or the STE program for secondary sa special science curriculum, hindi na po ginalaw ang learning competencies nito kasi magkakaiba po ang ating context per school and nakadepende rin po ito doon sa mga learning resources na available sa school. But since flexible naman ang curriculum, it is up for the school head as long as naka-indicate sa kanilang learning continuity plan ang kanilang implementation ng special curriculum. But since we observe na nagkakaroon naman ng unti-unting kasanayan ng ating mga instructional leaders like the PSDSS, the EPSS, and the school heads, nagkakaroon na rin ng scaling up of the skill and resources, nagkakaroon na rin ng modifications, may mga nagpa-pilot na rin ng ibang innovations pagdating sa pagmamanage ng curriculum. And ang pinaka ina-advise po namin ngayon sa division namin in terms of curriculum implementation ng science is to come up with a summative assessment that is streamlined with other learning areas para yung academic is wherein bibigyan po namin ng mas focus kung ano ba yung skills na kailangan ma-develop ng bata na kahit nasa bahay siya, may konsepto ng science na i-apply. And we are communicating with our teachers na hinihingi namin sa kanila ano yung mabigat na kaya ng mabigat na hindi ma-address right away at kailangan unti-unti ay bigyan ng technical assistance sila para nang sa ganon matapos yung first quarter in handling science curriculum. Tapos sabi ko nga at least kung meron iyang mga 4 or 6 na competencies, i-clump na sa paggawa ng isang performance task or ng mga written outputs in such a way na magiging very comprehensive, very innovative, and very tangible doon sa manifestation ng skill na kayang i-develop sa bata. And aside from that, yung mga teachers inside in a school, sila na yung mag-uusap with respect to the kind of summative assessment na ibibigay. Ako bilang nagli-lead ng science program sa Kabuyao, I always give help to our teachers na magkaroon ng isang pag-upo para maka-develop ng summative assessment na sabi ko lifelong, parang tatak or ito ang benchmark ng estudyante na manggagaling sa Kabuyao dahil tapos sila ng isang science curriculum. And ang lagi kong advice sa kanila, yung #masayang guro, masaya, hindi tayo pwedeng nagko-comply sa requirements na ito kasi ang binibigay ng DepEd. Kailangan masaya pa rin natin na ginagawa yung ating trabaho. And at the same time, nakaka-influence tayo ng maganda sa ating kasamahan and sa ating mga bata. Yung anxiety ma-reduce or ma-minimize or mawala as we address the issues in coping up with this pandemic. Okay? So, ganun lang po. Tapos, I also provide here example sa implementation natin ng curriculum. We also follow pa rin naman the daily lesson log. Hindi ko lang po sure sa iba kung paano ninyo ipinai-implement ang paggawa ng daily lesson log in a way na mas makakagaan para sa mga teachers. Pero kami sa division, we come up with one daily lesson log na dinevelop ng bawat school. For example, dinivide namin ang competencies ng grade ng high school, no 7, 8, 9, 10. Meron kami ditong 6 na schools. Dinivide namin yon na parang yung isang school sila yung gagawa ng lesson log for grade 7. Yung isang school for grade 8, yung isang school for grade 9. So, ganun po namin dinesign yon. Then, iyon na lang po ang ini-institutionalize namin sa aming division para from time to time, madali rin po yung monitoring at makikita po namin etong lesson na ito, magmamark ba talaga na makukuha ng bata ang essential learning competencies. But we also make provisions na kung yung na-develop namin in the division na DLL, I call that as Enhanced Daily Lesson Lab. That's one of the project na ini-institutionalize namin under Project Locals, yung learning outcomes and classroom assessment in learning science. Part of it is the development of learning resources. And yung ginawa po namin na Enhanced Daily Lesson Lab, naka-basics lang po yun na inilagay po namin yung suggested measures in this time of COVID. So ang is on the part of the teacher, na-monitor po namin mga instructional leaders ang budget of work, ang learning resources, kasi yun din yung mga nakadepende rin lang po kami sa mga available resources na meron ang bawat school. But of course, there is always a flexibility kung yung pinapa-institutionalize namin ay hindi kayang gawin ng school na yon. They are also given freedom on how they will innovate or modify the learning lab. Okay, I just presented here an example of daily lesson lab with formative assessment na naka-embed po doon sa ating DepEd Order number 31 Series 2020, which is an interim guidelines on assessment. Kasi sabi natin, ang curriculum naman, it does not stand alone as a curriculum per se. Palagi niyang kabarkada, kasama ang instruction at ang assessment. So ang bilin ko lang palagi pagdating sa pagde-develop ng lesson lab, begin with an end in mind. Parang at the end of the quarter, ano yung gusto nating makita na essential skill doon sa bata or doon sa learners natin in that particular key stage. Sabi nga natin, mahirap makita in a particular key stage kasi kung ang grade 7 to 10 ay key stage 3, yung key stage standards, parang ang hirap makita na isang quarter lang. So ang ina-advise po namin dito, at least yung basic literacy, basic concept na kailangang makita natin sa bata, may include natin in terms of developing pa lang ng kanilang learning lab. So ako ang sinasuggest ko sa kanila, the assessment part na ginagawa natin sa formative will just be enhanced or parang escalate lang natin. Kumbaga kung nagbigay tayo ng mga isa o dalawang tanong in the formative assessment, we will just be using the same concept. Tataasan lang natin yung level para kako yung mga bata ay nagiging familiar doon sa gagawin nila. Because some of the problems na na-encounter namin in instructional supervision, talaga namang naliligaw minsan kapag si teacher ay gumawa ng isang lesson, nawawala ang pagsasubtask ng objective dun sa most essential learning competency kasi hindi available yung learning materials na nakasuggest doon sa halimbawa sa teaching guide or doon sa learner's material. So doon medyo nagkakaroon ng struggle pagdating sa learning progression, yung mga learning targets niya, pagdating doon sa methodology na hindi naman appropriate para doon sa objectives. And of course, the assessment. Sabi na, ang ina-advise ko po sa kanila, lutuin ang bata sa mga formative, pero pagdating doon sa summative, huwag nyo silang bibigyan ng ibang lulutuin. Yung skill pa rin na yun. Kasi mahirap na ito yung ibinigay nating task. Tapos pagdating doon sa summative assessment, totally different na hindi naman na-practice o nahasa ng bata gawin in the formative stage of learning. Okay? So just the same pa rin ang po, it is composed of 5 parts: objectives, the assessment part, the content, the learning resources, and most importantly, the 7th part, the reflection, yung ating pagbibigay ng remarks. Itong reflection kasi, it will really help us a lot na makita kung ano na ang tinatakbo ng curriculum sa classroom. a simple reflection, sabi ko nga sa mga teachers, it will be very helpful na halimbawa, dahil self-learning module iyan, may answer key iyan sa likod, and we are not really sure na ang isinagot nila doon, pag naibalik na sa atin yung learning module, will be the same answer na ibibigay nila kapag nagkaroon tayo ng assessment. So it's better na magkaroon ng reflection doon sa mga ginagawa ng bata. Okay? So, alam ko naman po na familiar na tayo mga teachers dito sa structure or sa assessment matrix na ito na ibinigay po sa atin. Parang yung daily lesson log, ganun pa rin naman po i-indicate natin ang ating content standard, the performance standard, and the learning competencies. Now, since the curriculum is flexible, the budget of work will also depend on the type of learners that we have. The assessment also depends on the methodologies or the strategies that are being applied or being given to our students. And we assess, tingnan muna natin kung knowledge lang ba, kung halimbawa ang learners natin, at this point in time, knowledge lang talaga yung kaya nating ma-evaluate. So be it. Huwag natin bigyan ng maraming mahaba or masyadong mahirap sa part niya kasi we really cannot measure the skills unless meron doong knowledge na may knowledge talaga na na-develop doon sa bata. Okay? And the content, so, example natin, the Philippine environment, location of the Philippines using a coordinate system. Ito ay sa grade 8. Then the learning resources. Ang nakalagay dito example ay globes or world map. Paano kung ang bata ay walang access sa globo or sa mapa? Okay? So, naglalagay po kami ng insertion doon sa weekly home learning plan and ina-adjust na namin kung ina-attach na po kung ano yung material na kailangan gamitin. Kasi hindi po lahat ng bata namin ay mapalad na nagkakaroon ng access na magkaroon ng mga learning resources na kakailanganin po nila. Okay? And so ito lang, pinakita lang po yung procedures. Then the remarks. Ito yung commonly ay hindi nalalagyan ng mga teachers po natin ng pag-fill out yung remarks and reflections. But in our case, sa Region 4A po kasi, we make use of the lesson exemplar na nagkaroon ng flexibility in terms of the procedure. We make use of the idea framework, yung may introduction, development, engagement, and assimilation. The same pa rin naman po siya dito sa content ng daily lesson log, except that we innovate on that part kasi nasabi namin dapat ngayon saktuhan lang ang pagbibigay ng instruction dun sa kategorya na maiintindihan ng bata, dun sa konteksto na meron siya at na-experience niya kasi nga pag sinabi natin kung sa high school gamit tayo ng term na hindi appropriate sa konteksto ng bata, using a world map pero the student was not able to get a full grasp. Meron nga siyang world map pero hindi naman niya kayang i-explore kasi hindi ganun kalalim pa yung knowledge niya. And we are really experiencing that kasi sa science curriculum, burden on our part na talaga namang most of our students are not really that good or equipped in terms of the reading skills. Parang kahit ang dami-dami nating ibigay dyan kapag ang bata ay hindi equipped or hindi talaga well-rounded sa pag-unawa ng mga konteksto na kanilang binabasa. And ang science naman kasi is a marriage between language and math. Talagang mahihirapan na tayo, parang magdadagdag tayo ng endurance para ang mga bata ay magkaroon ng sapat na kaalaman para ma-harness yung skills na yun. Okay? In DepEd Order 31 also included po ang assessment or yung assessment matrix. So just the same. Hindi ko na po babasahin isa-isa ang example dito. But if you will just look at it, parang ang gusto lang sabihin itong assessment matrix na to, be specific with the kind of skill, with the kind of method that is aligned or that are aligned with the most essential learning competency and the objective of the lesson. Ang na-experience lang namin or na-observe namin when teachers are providing a TV broad or radio-based instruction, wala pa kaming radio-based po TV broad lang muna. And we really have good teachers or talagang mga vlogger na teachers na ang gagaling at ang huhusay sa pagde-develop ng lesson nila using the TV. Ang napapansin lang namin parang masyadong bulky ang pagpe-present ng lesson. Sabi namin, kung 20 minutes na screen time, kung iyan ay pang 1 week, wag kainin lahat sa isang TV broad ang pagde-develop ng lesson. So yun pa yung medyo inag-adjust yung ating mga teachers kasi ang budget of work na ibinigay sa atin per competency could either be a week or 2 weeks. Hindi katulad po dati na inalagay natin yung budget of work dyan in terms of the number of days. Okay, so yung adjustment talaga ngayon is really made on the part of the teacher. Okay, so also presented here are the different assessment methods, the assessment activities, the recording methods. Now, better if in the division there will be a synchronized way wherein the students can record the results of their assessment. Yung bang parang naka-database na i-click na lang tapos naka-embed na doon. Ako kasabi ko sa teachers when I give talk doon sa Slack, wag po ninyong pilitin na magkaroon ng 4 na assessment kasi doon sa ating policy at least 4 sabi niya doon sa summative assessment. Pero kung hindi naman kaya pa ng bata or hindi kaya sa konteksto ng lesson natin, katulad yan nawala ng nag-declare ng walang pasok. Syempre hindi naka-focus ang mind ng bata doon sa context ng pag-aaral. Medyo magkakaroon ng gap. O sabi ko, ang ginagawa natin usually dyan, ako on my part, ng teacher ako, kung meron 10 formative, di ba hindi naman po natin iyan ginegradean, pero nire-record po natin yon para magkaroon din tayo ng basihan at pa-evaluate din natin ang ating strategy kung effective or hindi. And usually, sineselect ko lang po doon kung alin yung mga activities na kayang gawin ng bata. Kung meron akong 5 sections na hawak, at sa 10 formative assessment, ang formative assessment 1 and 5 parang hindi natapos or mababa ang marka, inaano na po namin yon, tinatanggal na namin. Okay? Then, magpo-focus na lang kami doon sa paggawa ng summative assessment na develop or na-harness ng bata in terms of following the activities using the formative assessment. And giving of feedback. Now, the giving of feedback is not only doon sa estudyante, more so on the part of the parent para magkaroon ng assistance. So ngayon ang communications is no longer mahirap kasi nga may mga social media tayo, pero may social platforms tayo. Ang problema lang, syempre nade-drain din naman ang resources. Kumbaga in terms of the connectivity, the data usage, and kahit sabihin na natin yung mind ng teacher, parang wala rin siyang ibang babasahin kung hindi magkaroon ng maraming feedback. So magkaroon ng isang mechanism on how the teacher can give feedback to the learners, to the parents, and as well as the instructional leaders. Okay? We also make use of rubric in determining the assessment. So rubrics are mostly used in some of our performance tasks. Okay? Sabi ko sa kanila, as long as ang formative assessment na ipinagawa natin sa bata would measure the most essential learning competency, pwede nating i-convert iyan into a summative assessment. And that is okay. Kasi nga, yung developmental skills, makikita natin yan at the later part of the lesson. So with that, let me illustrate lang for us to give a reflection on how we're going to handle our science classroom. Okay, so kita natin, ano po, sabi nga ni kanina ng ating program director, the students who are at age 15, they are the future workforce of the country. So, ang tinuturuan natin mga bata ngayon, ito yung itunuturo nating curriculum ay mapapakinabangan at makikita natin ang output when they become part of the workforce. The 2030 generation, ito na yung sabi natin, iba na in terms of the technology. Tayo din mag-reflect on our end na paano natin i-recreate kung hindi kaya ng ating provision sa school or sa division na may provide ng ganitong klase ng laboratory o kahit virtual laboratory, parang it will be very impossible for us. At least the challenge for us as PhD science students or as PhD science teachers in our classroom, kami din on our end as educators in the division, we really have to come up with an innovativeness that what we are doing in science curriculum is really preparing our learners for 2030, for 2040, and for future generations. So with that, thank you for inviting me and God bless us all.
Our gratitude to our first guest speaker for this webinar, Ms. Leonora Natividad of DepEd. Maraming salamat po, ma'am. To our online viewers na mayroong katanungan, please reserve your questions later for the open forum. Kung pwede po, i-type po ninyo sila sa ating chat box and then doon po ay pipiliin natin ang mga katanungan.
Or if not, pwede rin pong send the personal message ang ating mga organizers, specifically Miss Hanifa Haji Abbas, for your questions later. So at this juncture, bago po natin ituloy ang open forum natin, na alam ko gusto nyo magtanong, pumunta na po tayo sa ating ikalawang guest speaker. Our second guest speaker was introduced earlier. So here he is, Dr. Dennis Baita Masangkay.
Good morning po sa ating lahat. Ayan. Isa pong napakagandang umaga. Before I start my sharing, I just want to acknowledge our mentors at Philippine Normal University, ang ating Dean, Dr. Antriman Orleans, Dr. Christian Pastor, Sir. Doc, good morning po. Dr. Arlene Marasigan, Dr. Marilyn Balagtas, ma'am, good morning po. And kay Ma'am Butron, ma'am, good morning po. Ayan, mga kasamahan po natin sa Philippine Normal University. And I hope that our participants are spending their time meaningfully attending this kind of webinar. Very meaningful, and I really appreciate the effort of the graduate students. As I listen to our previous speakers and as I enter in this kind of activity, I cannot repel the instance that I went back to the activities that I did before when I was a graduate student, and this practice are really continuously happening in the university, and it's really a good practice to continue. Ayan. So maraming salamat po for inviting me. At syempre sa kay Ate She, maraming salamat po. Okay, so let me start this presentation with this simple illustration that I know that nakita ko lang po itong picture na to because it suggests or it implies a lot of things in myself as a teacher or bilang isang parte po ng ating departamento. So this cognitive components are very important. I think that these are the leveling of the cognitive components that we have in us as teachers, or probably among our students. So we start first with knowledge, which are very important. We gain those knowledge and then we try to connect them by means of experiences. And I think in this moment, it is very important for us to become creative, as we all know that creativity is the highest form of intelligence. It's a matter of reconnecting those knowledge that we have, forming or generating new ideas, innovation, until we go to the level that everything is connected, that every time we are being asked and we are being demanded by a certain organization with regards to our expertise, nakakapagbigay tayo talaga ng ating maibibigay na tulong para sa mga kasamahan natin. Ayan, mga kasamahang guro na nanonood ngayon at nakikinig. Ayan, maraming salamat once again for this opportunity. Let me give you this presentation. I titled it Tanaw Agham sa Kadawyan, a frame of DepEd's pedagogical perspectives in secondary science education amid pandemic. So I come from DepEd Tanawan City. That's why I coined this title as my identity as one of the servers in our division. So for the session objectives, let me give you this. We are focused, or we are targeting you to describe DepEd's pursuit to quality education in the light of basic education learning continuity plan, and highlights the division's pedagogical initiatives and practices in response to the new normal, unfold meaningful reflections and insights on the effective science curriculum delivery amid pandemic. So these are our targets today. And for the session outline, I will be sharing you some insights about pedagogical features of basic education learning continuity plan, which was already discussed a while ago by our previous speakers, divisional practices in secondary science teaching and learning, science pedagogical reflections and insights amid pandemic. So let me share these three important things that I know, that I hope that will help you to do more and to become a meaningful and a relevant agent of Department of Education or whatever institution you are connected with. So with regards to BE or Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan pedagogical principles, as we all know that DepEd provided this kind of framework for the different schools, for the different public schools to ensure the learning continuity through the following practices or activities. Number one, we have to adjust our curriculum. That's why we have these initiatives that uh, the previous learning competencies from numerous learning competencies, they are now trimmed down into most essential learning competencies. And then we also did the alignment of learning materials, wherein we have the revisions and we crafted new materials. We packaged them for our learners, specifically talking about the distance learning modality. And then um, in connection with this learning materials, DepEd has also this multiple learning delivery modalities wherein different schools are allowed to choose the most appropriate modality that can deliver our curriculum among our learners. So it depends on the profile of the community, of our learners, of the school context probably. And then at the same time, so we along with this framework, we have this what we call provision of corresponding trainings for our teachers and school leaders, as we all know that we are facing the new normal situation, and we know that trainings are very important for them to be well oriented and for them to be well capacitated in terms of the use of these learning modalities specifically. And then the most important, one of the most crucial things that we need to include in our learning continuity plan is the proper orientation among our parents. As we all know that the parents, if we're going to look at the learning model of among our students today, they are now in the under intervention, or they are now in the intervention part wherein we expect their participation in terms of the teaching and learning process in the new normal situation. So that's why I think it's very important to have this what we call intensive orientation among our parents, who will become our partners in serving or in delivering our curriculum, the intended curriculum, specifically the science curriculum among our students. Or to continue with pedagogical principles, in facing this kind of situations, we have to magnify our sense of sensitivity, or our sensitivity to equity considerations, wherein we try to understand the status of our students, the status of the schools, the status of the divisions. Specifically, let us talk about the status of our students with regards to technological resources. As we all know that in implementing this, what we call distance learning, technological resources are very important, such as internet connection, gadgets, and those are, I think, very essential for us to smoothly uh, implement the process of distance learning. Ayan. So sabi natin yung equity consideration. So we give what they need and we try to adjust according to the conditions of our learners, of the different schools. Ayan. The conditions of our teachers, who are our frontliners in making and in realizing the DepEd's core goals in the new normal. So, and also, we are also anchoring, or we also anchor our endeavors in the DepEd through the framework of Sulong Edukalidad and also the Futures Thinking in Education, which is an international framework with regards to the policies, the different insights and perspectives with regards to how to effectively deliver the curriculum Ayan. So now, seeing the implementation of basic education learning continuity plan, DepEd already uh, expects, okay, the presence of the different challenges, such as the challenge or the insufficiency in terms of internet access or the quality of internet we have, the teachers training, and then also the supervision, the close supervision of our parents. So with those challenges, our department did its best to provide our learners digital materials or printed materials. We have also what we call the RBI and the TVI, or the radio-based instruction. I know that those who are in our department, wait lang po. Medyo na ano lang po ako, may echo kasing nag-ano. Ayan, sandali lang po. Ayan, nalilib muna po ako sa meeting. Okay. So we have the following challenges in terms of implementing the basic education learning continuity plan, as I was mentioning a while ago. So in terms of the internet access, so we try to provide our students with sufficient learning materials, such as probably it's either in soft copy or in printed copy or in print copies. Ayan. So with regards to training, teachers trainings also, so we try to answer this kind of challenge by means of providing them online training programs. Sobrang dami po talaga ng mga naging trainings bago po tayo magbukas ng klase, and then LAC sessions, those initiatives by different schools, specifically on the use of technology. Ayan. So kalimitan yung paggamit ng Google Classroom. Before I was not well oriented with the use of Google Classroom, but at this time, it's a necessity for us to at least be familiarized with the use of those instructional materials and educational applications and software. And then another one is yung sa ating early grade levels, specifically those SPED students. Ano po yung challenge natin din doon? How are we going to deliver the curriculum among, or how they're going to acquire the competencies that are expected them to possess, lalo na po dun sa mga magulang na may mga SPED students po natin. Ayan, so that's why we provided intensive orientation through online platforms and printed materials. So with regards to learning strategies and modalities, as I was mentioning a while ago, that our division or each region had their initiatives in terms of crafting the most essential learning competencies, wherein we deduced and we trimmed down and we converged and we fused, okay, some of the competencies for us to have simplified but meaningful competencies, which is what we call most essential learning competencies or MELCs. Sabi nga natin, kung meron tayong milk that will nourish our bones and muscles, so for the minds in this pandemic, we Department of Education is offering this milks, okay, which is the milk or the nourishment for the minds among our learners. So I strongly believe that with the courage and with the bravery, or with the skills and with the creativity of our teachers, we can surpass this challenge, the challenge of the new normal, lalo na po sa pagtuturo ng science. Ayan. So we have this what we call MELCs, which is considered as the I think the most essential, or the within the learner's needs, for them to be able to level up their skills as they go along with the different grade levels. Ayan. So if you're going to scan the documents of the different of the most essential learning competencies from 287 learning competencies in science, we deducted 97 learning competencies. Not necessarily deducted, probably siguro mga pinagsama natin, pinag-fuse natin until we come up with 187 most essential learning competencies, or 66% is now being offered among our learners. In terms of the senior high school STEM, which is a combination of science, technology, science and mathematics probably, no? Out of 586 learning competencies, after that, nabawasan po siya ng 239 learning competencies or 41%. And now, we have this final most essential learning competencies, which is equivalent to 347 or 59%. Ayan. So, the department believes that with the use or referencing our teaching and learning process with those most essential learning competencies will somehow help our learners to acquire what are expected in the different grade levels. Ayan. So, as we all know, in implementing these most essential learning competencies, as we see that we target to develop our Filipino learners to have this 21st century skills, and then we try to have this transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary of the content, specifically in terms of giving the assessment, in terms of giving the task among our learners. We have what we call Project Ease or Academic Ease in the Department of Education, wherein we try to blend, okay, the different most essential learning competencies in one task. For instance, example, so halimbawa ay in physics, okay, we could have the in mathematics we have the measuring of the distance, and then in physics we have the ang tawag natin dito yung sa pagtuturo naman natin ng speed and velocity, probably tatakbo ang bata, which could be also be intersected to the teaching of MAPE sa physical education. So parang ganun po yung konsepto natin, okay, in terms of giving assessment for us to lessen the work of our students. But as we all know that everybody is still in the adjustment in the challenges brought by this pandemic. We understand, we try to become flexible, and we extend our horizon of understanding things, and we try we give our students real life situations. We give them authentic assessment. We relate each items or the topics to what they are really encountering in the real life situations. And I think it's quite meaningful to give them those activities that are connected to the real life situations. For instance, I developed an assessment matrix, summative assessment matrix in science grade 3 at Division of Tanawan City, wherein in simple cooking of rice or in simple planting of plants or vegetables, okay, they can relate that to the concept example on identifying the solid, liquid, and gas. Okay, in planting vegetables, what are those materials that are solid? What are those materials that are liquids? That are in the form of gas, no? So parang ganun yung example natin doon. Okay, so and then also science maths are also characterized as the most important competencies that our students needs are required to acquire. And then we know that as we judge those competencies, we know that it cannot be ordinarily learned by our students unless we have this what we call formal approach, or unless we give them the opportunities to give them this what we call formal education, the opportunities in the formal education. In terms of science, most essential learning competencies, we believe that this will generate skills among our students, and the highlighted skills that are expected among our learners to develop or to be nurtured as they fasten their seat belts and as they go along with the journey in reading their modules and doing the activities online, asynchronous or synchronous, no? So we have this focus skills such as research skills, okay, which is an important skills in dealing with STEM-based economy. And then we have this, one of, I think, the biggest challenges in terms of the implementation of distance learning is what we call the reading comprehension skills. As we all know that science as being mentioned by our previous speaker a while ago, that science is connected to language, okay, sa English specifically. Kung sa grade 3 naman meron tayong mother tongue in Filipino naman, that if we fail to develop or to build the reading habits of our students, yung kanilang reading comprehension, pag po ito wala sa kanila, I think it's one of the major factors now in the implementation of distance learning modality, kasi hindi po talaga nakasanayan ng mga bata natin yung independent learning, that they are the ones reading the materials, and they are the ones who are dealing with the different activities without the guide of the teachers in the classroom. And I am challenging everyone who is attending who are attending this session, as science teachers. I think we could develop yung tinatawag natin na parang meron tayong translations, kung meron tayong sa grade 4, kung meron tayong parang merong ganung initiatives ng mga teachers natin na merong English at saka merong Tagalog para mas maintindihan ng mga bata natin. And at the same time, we have also what we call the audio instruction or recorded instruction, along with what we call the radio-based instruction. Kasi in implementing radio-based instruction, it requires a lot of facilities, pero yung recorded po, napakasimple lang nun, pero it's a matter of bringing the voice power, or the power of the voice of the teachers in the respective houses of our students. As we all know, as we believe in the voices of our teachers, the power of the voice of our teachers, sabi natin in the classroom, pag sinabi natin you got 70%, nararamdaman ng mga bata natin, malungkot sila kasi they know that they failed in the examination. Pag sinabi natin very good, they feel alive, and they feel happy of telling those words. At yung isa sa mga practices na pwede po nating masabi, yung dalhin natin ang boses ng mga guro sa bawat tahanan by means of this simple recorded instruction, yung audio instruction natin, yung based on the materials that they are using. And then we have what we call the writing skills. Ayan. So that's also one of the challenges also in implementing, which is somewhat language related. And then yung map reading, or what I mean is yung sinasabi natin na yung kakayahan ng mga bata natin na unawa ng mga figures, ng mga graphs. We could in developing the materials, we could highlight this skill, yung map reading, and then hypothesis testing, which are all, I think, very necessary for us to say that our students are really manifesting this what we call scientific, technological, and environmental literacy. Okay, that were mentioned a while ago by by one of my mentors, Dr. Balagtas. Okay, ayan. Lagi po akong na-starstruck pag nakikita ko si Dr. Balagtas. Ayan, I'm a fan of her. Ayan, so with regards to learning modalities, it is already mentioned a while ago. Pasensya na po kayo kung nagmamadali ako because I was given only 30 minutes to complete this sharing, and kaya po ganito siguro medyo hinahabol tayo ng panahon, pero we are doing our best para po maibigay sa inyo yung kung baka po may madadagdag sa ating mga kaalaman, sa ating pag-share. And we have this what we call learning delivery modalities. We have face-to-face, distance learning, blended learning, and homeschooling. And at Division of Tanawan City, in general, as I look at it at bird's eye view, so we have this what we call we chose distance learning, specifically modular distance learning and online distance learning, and also the blended learning activities in terms of delivering the curriculum. But as we go along with the implementation of these modalities, we try to check the situations, the conditions of our school and our learners by means of checking the following indicators or factors that may somehow impede the implementation of this chosen learning delivery modalities. So in terms of our learners' context, syempre inalam natin talaga kung may capacity sila na na talagang mag-undergo ng self-directed learning resources, using the self-directed learning resources. And then yung sinasabi natin na paggamit ng technology and different resources, yung kanilang parental, home, and community support, meron bang makukuha sila? And then yung capacity to guide learners in understanding the lessons, yung pagiging independent learners nila. So that's why we empower our teachers. Kasi alam naman natin sa panahon ngayon, whether we cannot deny the fact that the success, okay, of the success of the programs of our department lies on the creative hands, on the innovative hands of our teachers. Ayan. So with regards to the features of science instruction at Division of Tanawan City, so we make sure that it is student-centered, and we make sure that our students will be engaged in meaningful activities, and then we provide them this what we call contextualized materials along with what are available in our community, what are those things that they can really witness, that they're witnessing in our community, the scenarios actually based on the thing that I developed, yung yung teaching guide in teaching physics, yung gumagamit ko ng Batangan yung culture. I think it's contextualized at the same time, it's very localized in the sense that in simpleng paglulupak, we can apply yung sinasabi natin na transformation of energy from potential to kinetic. Ayan, parang yun po yung parang pinaka naging nun. At we also provide our students different learning activities that I know that our teachers are targeting to nurture the 21st century skills of our learners. And then we highlight also integrative teaching approaches. We try to blend them to different disciplines. And then this is all, I think, one of the most important things that we need to do, wherein we develop positive learning environment. We give them this kind of support by means of lessening the activities. Kasi kalimitan po sa mga modules, sobrang dami na activities. So, iniisip natin yung kapakanan ng mga estudyante natin that they're still in the adjustment period. So, we should not expect more from them as we expect more from what we are doing in the field as teachers. Kasi nga po lahat po ay nasa adjustment period. A time will come that everybody will become adepts of what is of the current happening, and I know that everything will go smoothly according to the purpose that we set. Okay? And then itong positive learning environment, specifically in terms of the online learning modality that we try to avoid this what we call cyberbullying activities, inaano natin yan, and then yung very appreciative tayo sa ginagawa ng mga bata natin. And then yung teacher-student empowerment. Okay, we empower our teachers to develop, to make solutions of the specific problems they are encountering in their respective classes. Okay, in dealing or in implementing this what we call distance learning. So along with those practices, let me share you this science pedagogical prisms that our division is aligned to. So we have these three very important prisms: the curriculum, the instruction and learning environment. And I know that we can have the quality control of this important prisms of science pedagogy by means of conducting assessment, relevant assessment, and timely feedback mechanism. Ayan. So in terms of the first pedagogical prism, which is curriculum, I have here three spectrum. Actually in crafting this kind of presentation, I mimic the process of dispersion of light, because as we all know at this point, amid pandemic, we need light. And I see teachers as a spectrum that once they capture the light, they could transform it. They could transform it into different colors of practices in our division. So that's the inspiration of this pedagogical initiatives and practices. So we have spectrum The first spectrum talks about the effective teaching blueprints. The second spectrum deals with the relevant instructional designs and the research-based pedagogical breakthroughs that are very important nowadays. Now that we are dealing um, new situations, then therefore it calls our creativity and our innovations for us to craft this meaningful, small but meaningful activities that can make the teaching and learning seamless or smoothly implemented. Ayan. So in terms of the first spectrum, which is effective teaching blueprints, in our division, we develop this or we write lesson exemplars and learners packet. Aside from those learning materials that are initiated by our region. Ayan, so yung sa Calabarzon po, meron pa rin pong mga initiative ang aming mga teachers na magawa ng sa nila just in case. Alam naman po natin, in the new normal, sometimes yung time resource natin, sometimes it's very unpredictable, very intermittent, unsteady. Meaning to say that it's a contingency plan of our division to have this lesson exemplars and learners packet. And then we match the learning activities according to the nature of our learners, according to their resources, according to the context of the school, to the communities. And then resourcing instructional materials such as providing them the yung ating ICT, yung ating sinasabi sa DepEd na mga online sources, and then yung ating mga printed materials. And then designing assessment tool, which is also very important because I know teachers are the ones who really in the right position to devise this kind of assessment because they knew the nature of their learners and they knew the setup. Alam nila yung pinaka-setting niyan. And then for the second one, the second spectrum, which is relevant instructional design, we are exercising contextualization in terms of instruction. As I told you a while ago, we try to utilize the available materials in the community, the scenarios. We try to connect those scenes and experiences, daily experiences, with the science instruction and updating teaching methodology by means of, again, attending different seminars and then conducting LAC sessions with regards to the use of those innovations and educational technologies. And for the third one, we have the research-based pedagogical breakthroughs. We are active also in conducting action researches in teaching and learning, wherein our goal is to solve classroom problems in terms palagi ko pong binabanggit yung classroom kasi kahit naman po ang mga bata ay nasa bahay, okay, it's a new context of classroom in the new normal. Ang classroom ngayon ng mga bata yung mga bahay nila. And then we have this building community of practice. So we try to seek the best practices of the different schools in terms of the implementation of the teaching and learning process, yung kanilang mga best practices. And then we have the benchmarking until we develop or until we establish this frames of effective teaching and learning practices. Okay. And then for the second spectrum, for the second prism, which is what we call the instruction, I have here four spectra. So we have the inquisitive facilitation, motivational stimulation, and meaningful engagement and divergent differentiation. I hope that in giving you these prisms, I hope that you could use this as your pedagogical lenses in dealing with your current situations in your respective stations, in dealing with your learners specifically. So we have the following spectra in terms of instruction that we try to provide, or we try to establish as an inquisitive facilitation, and how by means of including them in our printed materials in terms of modular distance learning, and in terms of online, meron naman tayo tinatawag ng mga scripts or guiding semantics, essential questions, okay, that will critically access or critically encourages our this essential question will critically encourage our students to think beyond box, and then we have what we call meaningful dialogues. yung meaningful conversation with our learners through different online platforms. Ang kalimitang ginagamit ngayon yung through telephone calls, through Messenger, no, sa Facebook, through Google Meet, at yung ating Zoom. Ayan. So medyo time na po ako. And then, so we have the second spectrum, which is motivational stimulation, which I think the two important substances that we must include for us to motivate our students in this new normal are these two things. Number one, those substances must be related to their experiences, and number two, it must something to do with what is really important in this at the present time in their day-to-day dealing with their life. Ano yung applications na sinasabi ng mga science concepts. In terms of meaningful engagement, we have this two important engagements: engaging within and engaging interpersonally. Ayan. So we have this what we call independent learning, which is very very relevant and very observable in the distance learning modality. And then we have this what we call collaborative learning. Paano nga ba magkakaroon ng collaboration or collaborative learning in this new normal situation wherein our students are in their respective houses? Sabi ko sa mga teachers, kung pwede, kung may mga magkakaklase sa isang community na alam naman na based from the survey na wala namang COVID positive, so siguro pwedeng paggrupuhin yan. That's why different schools, nagkaroon sila ng resectioning of their students. Ang pagsisection po ng mga bata ngayon according to their barangays, according to their areas. Parang ganun yung naging practice. Wherein I think it is it can help in pursuing these collaborative learning activities. And then in terms of diverging differentiation, as we all know, in being divergent or divergent thinkers, we have this three important rays that number one, yung focus natin in nurturing the 21st century skills, their talents also, magagamit natin sa science, and also the values that are somewhat neglected in terms of the teaching and learning process nowadays. So parang ito yung sinasabi natin hidden curriculum, yung nurturing values. Wala siya sa curriculum, but it's up to us teachers, it is dependent on our pedagogical lens and how we're going to integrate values in the teaching and learning process, which is very important, which is very essential. And then let's proceed now to the third prism, which is the learning environment, which has three spectra. So the first one is we have the organized and safe learning facility. We're in at home. Okay, we try to orient our parents to have a physical organization of the learning environment of our students. And alam naman natin pag nasa bahay talagang safe yan. So our parents will are all responsible of providing our students to have this safe layout or safety layout or safe layout of the learning environment. Kasi in brain-based learning, as we all know, that if the students feel that they are safe, I think they can now immerse themselves in what we call the active learning. They can focus more on the teaching to the instructional processes kapag safe sila. Konting-konti na lang po, medyo nag-extend ako ng konting oras, konting minuto, pasensya na po kayo. And then for the second spectrum, which is the positive and appreciative psychosocial environment. And ito pong spectrum na to are separated into different colors or rays, such as positive discipline. We must be an advocate of positive discipline. We must not give emotional stress among our students. And then democratic classroom, specifically in the Google Meet. Okay, we give them the chance to speak out. We give them the freedom to voice out their ideas. And then yung motivation and appreciation, na wag natin kakalimutan yan. Kailangan po natin yan sa panahon ngayon, that we motivate our students, and we appreciate whatever submitted to us by our learners. Kahit isang guri lang po yan, ang mahalaga, we try to become appreciative, magkaroon sila ng effort sa paggagawa ng activities. And then for the third spectrum, we have the improvised and innovative instructional materials. We have these two rays such as improvisation. Okay, out of these available materials, how can we convert this into meaningful instructional materials? Being resourceful. And then yung ating innovative thinking or creative thinking, this is very necessary in the new normal. Sabi ko nga po, every time I talk to science teachers, every time I visit and I monitor the different schools, I always tell them that this period is the renaissance again of education, of science education, in terms of making innovations, of making initiatives on how to effectively implement, okay, this what we call the different modalities that the school have chosen for our students. And then we have this what we call educational technologies, which are very necessary, and it's a necessities. Akala natin before, pag bumibili tayo ng cellphone, akala natin pasosyal lang tayo. But as we go along with the 21st century era, as we enter in the 21st century, nakikita natin that it's a necessity. Yung magkaroon tayo ng kahit basic cellphone na makikita na we will be connected to other people. We can browse different sources in terms of making and in developing and in devising instructional materials. And for the last one, it isn't a prism, but I think it's the controlling variable, or the quality controlling practices, wherein it talks about the feedback and assessment, which was already comprehensively presented to us by the queen, para po sa akin, queen of assessment, para sa akin, Dr. Marilyn Balagtas. Ayan, napakita na niya. So, our activity, these are, I think, the 4 important activities that we can do, okay, for us to have the quality control of the teaching and learning process. We try to have the observation, gathering qualitative and quantitative data. And then after having those data, we have this independent and collaborative interpretation, until we go to the deeper sense of this interpretation into reflections, and then into strategic communications for our students to improve. Ano yung kailangan nilang baguhin, ano yung kailangang ibigay natin sa mga parents natin para mas maging effective sila na partners natin sa mga bahay. And with that, with those things that I shared this morning, maraming salamat po. Ako po ay si Dennis B. Masangkay. Ako po ay laki sa Isla Verde, ang nakikita ninyo sa inyong screen. At maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig. Thank you po.
Thank you very much to our second guest speaker this morning for the webinar, Dr. Dennis Masangkay. Maraming salamat po, Dr.
Pasensya na
Masangkay.
po kayo kung talagang hinahabol. It is because talaga pong inoorasan ko po talaga yung sarili ko within the time that that is given to me by our organizers. Maraming salamat po muli sa opportunity. Thank you po.
No problem, sir. We would like to thank our 2 guest speakers this morning for their comprehensive talks on their topics. So at this juncture, we will proceed to the open forum. I know some of our listeners here and our online viewers have questions and they would like to be clarified on some things. That is why for this open forum, I will be calling one of our PhD students in PNU, also taking science education, Miss Hanifa Haji Abbas.
Good morning to our distinguished speakers, to all participants and viewers of this webinar. I am Hanifa Haji Abbas, your moderator for this open forum. If you have questions, clarification for our respective speakers, you may send it in our chat room, and we will be glad to entertain that one. Okay. So while waiting for your question, I have here a question sent privately that I guess to be addressed to Dr. Balagtas. And Dr. Balagtas is still with us. Doc?
Hello. Yes. Yeah, sorry. Yes. What's the question?
Let us have this question as I deem it very timely and relevant to be answered by an expert, assessment expert like you, Doc. It says here that at the end of this school year, what parameters will teachers consider to decide whether students will be promoted to the next grade level, even if ideally their assessment of learning does not meet minimum requirements?
Well, I guess a practical reason ko dyan, nakasurvive sila, may natutunan sila despite the pandemic. You know, lahat kasi ng estudyante ngayon ay nag-i-struggle, nag-a-adjust just like us two teachers. The only difference kasi in this time of pandemic is that students come from different places with different resources and with different access, no, to these resources. Unlike when they are in school, mayaman man o mahirap, small family or big family, basta nagsama-sama sila sa school, they are exposed to the same resources, human and material resources. Teachers are there to attend to them, but now in the time of pandemic, we cannot guarantee that there is really somebody that could assist them, that could really give support to them as a scaffold, just like what we normally do when they are in school. Although, of course, we know that teachers need to continuously communicate with their students as feedbacking in this time of pandemic is necessary. But we know teachers also have limitations. Even if we say they have internet connection, their time is also limited, as there is also inconvenience in working at home compared to working in school. So I guess one good gauge that we really could be confident of our decision of promoting students is that we know that they really studied hard, that they did their share of learning continuously despite, you know, all these imperfections in their learning environment. So as I would like to reiterate what was put there in the interim policy, on assessment, that we need to ensure that assessment would have a positive impact to our students. So if you ask me what would be a good measure, I like the idea mentioned a while ago that you have to practice, let the students practice reflecting, writing down their reflections, and also getting feedback from their parents as what happened at home and how they would gauge the learning of their students, and let them speak as well. So if they say that the child has learned, the child has also expressed self-assessment that he or she has learned something new and something meaningful from all his or her exposures to whatever materials that he or she was able to access or provided with by the teacher, I would like to trust them, so mahirap mag guarantee na walang errors, maski naman when they are in school, we cannot also guarantee perfect assessment, as there is no such thing as perfect assessment, as we are not perfect individuals, and so all our outputs including our assessments are also imperfect. So i-count na lang natin sa ganong idea na we just trust, if we think they deserve to be promoted, considering of course whatever criteria that we have set, and as long as we have the data to rely on, and this data do not come only from you as a teacher, but with recognition also of what the students have given us as their self-assessment, including the verification coming from their siblings or whoever assisted them at home, then that would be my only gauge, of if I were you, thinking of myself as you teachers there, I would rely on those data that I would have, on my record. I also would like to support the idea a while ago given by our first plenary speaker as to how to meet the requirement, because I understand there's this statement there in the policy that says there must be at least 4. I also would like to correct the impression that although most of the activities in the module, for example, are meant to be formative, which means to say that the intention there is to really ensure that students are really gaining the skill. Pag sinabi kasi nating formative, the intention is instructional. But we normally provide activities or sort of quizzes to check on whether the intentions of the lessons have been attained by the students. So yung quiz or yung exercises natin, parang yun yung sinasabi nating formative. If you know that the data speak of everyone's success, And when I say success, that would mean you have to set your criterion. Let's say out of 20 in the test, 75 at least 75% of the items have been answered correctly by all students. If you meet that criterion at nakagather mo lahat ng data, even if the intention originally is formative, that could be considered summative. Nagiging summative sa akin ng isang formative kapag lahat ay naging successful, because that's the intention of instruction. We don't want the students to fail. We all want them to end up successful after instruction. Kaya marami tayo, frequent ang exercises natin to ensure that they get there to the mastery that we want. And if the data we got, even if initially you consider the data as formative, would speak of an effective instruction and effective learning, then I would support the idea that you can actually consider grading those data if you know the data satisfy your criterion for success. Okay.
So I guess I don't need to repeat Dr. Balagtas as she answered the questions very well and clearly. So let's proceed to the next questions. The second question, since reduce na ang curriculum, do teachers have the autonomy to reduce further kung hindi talaga kaya through online modality? This question is addressed to Dr. Masangkay. Dr. Masangkay, the screen is yours.
Good morning po. Based po sa ating guidelines, yan po most essential learning competencies are already fused and already generated by our curriculum experts, and I think it's non-negotiable. So I think whether we like it or not, we need to implement that most essential learning competencies. Sabi ko nga po lagi sa mga teachers, yun ang Bible natin ngayon sa pagtuturo. That will be our major reference, and that will be the major considerations in assessing our students. That's why in developing nga po yung sa assessment, in addition to the answer of Dr. Balagtas a while ago, I made a summative matrix wherein in the methodology, I provided them the written work. I suggested them the written work to be done by our students and even the performance task. And then in another column, I provided them what to be expected among the learners in doing the assessment, and even the parents. Kasi nga po tinanggap na natin ng buong buo, whether we like it or not, yung kahit nasa denial stage tayo na ang mga magulang talaga po ay ngayon ay isang factor para sa pagkatuto ng ating mga bata. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you Dr. Balagtas for that well-expounded answer po. And then we have another question from Nora Almin. Sabi, teachers in remote learning meet students once a week with limited time allotment. Suggested most essential learning competencies were not able to cope up, especially when class suspension declared. How are we going to assess the learning of the students if that lesson were not explained or processed? I guess this can be answered assessment and pedagogy. Dr. Balagtas.
Okay. Okay. So what I heard is that it's remote 1 hour a week and not all essential competencies have been explained. In this time of pandemic, we cannot assume that learning could happen only through our facilitation. With all this technology around and students access to different resources, we have to think of ourselves as just facilitators. Not everything has to be explained by us. In fact, the pedagogy that is practice in not only here in the Philippines, but even those who have been used to flipped classroom is still flipped classroom, which means to say that when they do meet synchronously in virtual platform like this, the session is not really for the teacher to explain or transmit information. The session is just for the teacher to listen to to students' questions. If there's a need to explain, that's it. But not necessarily assuming that the session is a venue for them to acquire learning. It's really more on meaning making sana na lang when virtual sessions happen. And that would mean use this time for virtual sessions, kahit sabi mo lang 1 hour, to actually direct the students to learning by themselves. Kaya napaka-mahalaga na ang mga modules ay di ba sabi, self-instructional, na meron kang mga questions that could really provoke thinking and anticipate that if ever students have difficulty in arriving at a level of thinking na may not be the same as what you were expecting, meron kang ready support. And the support that you can give does not necessarily happen during only the period of your synchronous sessions. Yung making your communication open, no, with your FB accounts or social media accounts mo open, and even your mobile phone is another way of reaching out to your students. Yung nga lang medyo demanding on your part as a teacher if you really have to attend to each one of them with different needs and given or express at different time. Okay. Okay na ba yun?
Okay, thank
Again,
you.
other speakers could also give your share, especially the practitioners.
Thank you. Ma'am Natividad may add something because she mentioned, she presented about the most essential learning competencies.
Okay, thank you ma'am for the question. Talagang namamangha ako every time Dr. Balagtas is telling something about assessment and everything. Parang ako nagbalik-aral. Nevertheless, ganoon din naman kay Sir D. In reality, ma'am, aminin natin at hindi. Let us be true. This applies to all na hindi talaga ganoon ka. Sabi nga natin sa actual classroom, katuturo lang ni teacher first, face to face. Mamaya, hindi bukas, mamaya lang limot na niya. Diba? So, ang adjustment na gagawin natin dito, ang binigay kong suggestion dito sa mga teachers, hindi siya tapos paano natin i-assess ang learning. So, yung continuum of learning dito, medyo may gap because of limitations ng time, pero kung iyan ay self-learning module, as was mentioned earlier, kung talagang self-directed learning yan, at hindi nakuha ng bata dahil lang sa walang time, siguro we can adjust na balikan yung mga activities na yon at ipagawa uli, making a close supervision doon sa sa materials or sa assistance sa pwede nilang makuha doon sa facilitator. Parang sa akin, hindi ko masyadong ibinibigay na problema sa teacher na nawalan ng klase kasi normally nangyayari naman po talaga yon. Pero ang adjustment na dapat natin magawa is yung self-paced learning ng bata, ang kailangan i-address natin. Baka something is, hindi ko sinasabing mali yung module. Baka something is not appropriate for the level of the student, kaya hindi niya nagawa. Kasi kahit naman bumagyo yan or anything, yung practicality of the time, pag talagang ang bata marunong at kaya niyang gawin yan, kahit walang kuryente or any hindrances, pag naiintindihan niya yan, marunong siya bumasa, marunong siyang magtuos, ang konsepto ng science ay naiintindihan niya because the activity itself directs the student to manifest the skill, walang problema. So, I think yung diversity of learners ang element natin dito. Kung hindi talaga kaya ng bata, bigyan lang natin sila ng kaya nilang gawin. Parang nagpapa-exam tayo, hindi naman natapos yung coverage kasi kalahati ng quarter walang pasok. So syempre, paggawa natin ng TOS or ng cognitive dimension, pagkuha natin ng mga questions, kukuha tayo dun sa nagkaroon sila ng understanding because it will really be frustrating on the part of the students na i-measure natin sila doon sa skill na hindi naman talaga na-develop sa kanila. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ma'am Natividad. Okay, so I guess we really want to accommodate all your questions, but due to time constraint, and we're running out of time, for those not addressed questions, we will try to send that to our speakers and then keep you in touch. Thank you very much for the answers from our speakers and for the questions posed by our participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hanifa Haji Abbas. We would also like to thank our speakers, Dr. Marilyn Yuba Lagtas, Ms. Mal Leonora M. Natividad, and Dr. Dennis Masangkay for answering the questions. So in gratitude, we would now like to award these certificates to our guest speakers. Please allow me to read the citation. Philippine Normal University, the National Center for Teacher Education, College of Graduate Studies and Teacher Education Research, Taft Avenue, Manila. Certificate of recognition is given to Ms. Ma Leonora M. Natividad for providing invaluable insights and information as plenary speaker during the webinar on curriculum, assessment, and pedagogy in secondary science education in the new normal, addressing current issues toward improving the quality of teaching. Given this 30th day of November 2020, signed Antriman V. Orleans, PhD, Dean Segister. Another certificate of recognition with the same citation is also awarded to Dr. Dennis Masangkay. So once again, our gratitude to our two plenary speakers, Ms. Mal Leonora M. Natividad and Dr. Dennis D. Masangkay. Maraming salamat po, ma'am and sir. And to our online viewers, sana marami po kayong nakukuhang input mula sa kanila. Alam po namin, marami tayong katanungan and we're still in the stage of adjustment. Pero we are going there inch by inch. We are completing our tasks. Let us just remain dedicated to our profession and be motivated by the fact that even a little development is still a development. So, ngayon naman po, dahil tapos na tayo sa ating keynote address at sa ating plenary talks, salamat po ulit sa ating mga speaker. Pupunta naman po tayo sa isa pang mahalagang bagay. This time, we will go to the classrooms. In what way? We will have people who will share their experiences. So, mayroon po tayong sharing na magaganap at this point. And we would like also to inform you, dear online viewers, that after every two presenters, meron po kaming pasurpresa sa inyo. Clue, may cash na involved. GCash. Kaya, abang lang kayo. Please stay with us until the end of this session. Marami po kayong matututunan. Probably, some of the practices might be applicable to your locality. And it's also good to learn from others' experiences, first-hand experiences in the classroom for science education. So, I think handang-handa na po tayo. Let us now welcome the first two sets or the first set of presenters. Mayroon po tayong dalawa. Both are coming from public schools. The first presenter is Mr. Marvin J. Rosales from Quezon. And the second presenter will be Mr. Mark Venner C. Del Carmen from Cavite. Both of them are my classmates in PhD in Science Education at the Philippine Normal University. So here they are, online viewers, Mr. Marvin Rosales and Mr. Mark Venner Del Carmen. Handa na po kaming makinig.
Luis Palad Integrated High School, paaralan ng kagandahang asal, patuloy na pinagyayaman ang kultura ng kahusayan, tinanghal bilang Best Performing School at Best School-Based Management Implementer sa Panrehiyong Gawad Patugot 2019. Kauna-unahang pampublikong paaralang ginawaran ng sertipikasyon ng ISO 9001-2015 sa lalawigan ng Quezon. Mula noon hanggang ngayon, nakahandang maglaan ng may kalidad na serbisyo at edukasyon.
Ang Luis Palad Integrated High School ay tinatag upang maging katuwang sa katuparan ng pangarap ng batang palayan at kaunlaran ng pamayanan.
Upang makakalap ng mas matibay na impormasyon hinggil sa paraan ng pagkatutong, mas nais ng mag-aaral na pangunahing pinag-uukulan ng dekalidad na serbisyo ng paaralan, ang administrasyon sa tulong ng tagapag-uugnay ng ICT ay lumikha ng online survey form. Sa pangkalahatan, ang dalawang nangungunang learning modality na pinili ng Batang Palajan ay ang online distance learning na may higit 11 bahagdan at modular distance learning na may higit 88 namang bahagkan. Bilang paghahanda sa pagbubukas ng bagong taong panuruan, sa gabay ng mga ulong guro at administrasyon ng paaralan, ang sangkaguruan ay bumuo ng mga kontekstualisadong kagamitang panturo na aangkop sa dalawang learning delivery modality. Upang matukoy at mapaghandaan ang posibleng hamon at alalahanin na maaaring kaharapin ng bagong normal na edukasyon, nagsagawa ng pilot testing ang institusyon. Para sa modular distance learning, nakipag-ugnayan ng paaralan sa mga lokal na pamahalaan para sa distribusyon at koleksyon ng mga module sa tahanan ng mga mag-aaral. Habang sa online distance learning, bumuo ng pangkat ng kaguruan na dumaan sa pagsasanay at nakipag-ugnayan sa mga magulang upang makatuwang at maging gabay ng mga mag-aaral.
Magandang araw po. Ako si Madonna P. Busque.
At ako naman po si Ayon Maxel P. Busque mula sa Great and Wisdom ng Luis Palad Integrated High School.
Dahil sa pagkakaroon ng pandemic, na-delay ang school year 2020 to 2021 at naging posible ang pagkakaroon ng pisikal na klase kaya naghanap ng ibang paraan. Ngunit upang magtuloy-tuloy ang pag-aaral ng aking mga anak ay minarapat namin i-enroll sila sa online distance learning.
Noong una po, akala ko mahihirapan ako kasi ngayon lang ako nakaranas ng ganitong paraan ng pag-aaral. Pero naging malinaw po ang lahat ng ito noong nagkaroon kami ng diagram. Nagkaroon ng orientation with parents and students isang linggo bago magsimula ang online classes. Itinuro din sa amin kung paano gamitin ang Google Classroom at iba pang mga apps upang familiarize kami sa mga gagamitin naming online resources.
Bilang magulang, sisiguraduhin ko na sapat ang gamit ng aking anak para sa online class. Dahil dito, inaasahan ko na sa darating na pasukan na sanay na ang aking anak sa ganoong paraan ng pag-aaral. Ako si Madonna P. Busque.
Ako si Ayon Maxel P. Busque.
Handa kami para sa school year 2020-2021. Handang isip, handa bukas.
Sa kabuuan, matagumpay itong naisagawa at kasalukuyang gumagawa na ng hakbang ang paaralan upang matugunan ang mga nakitang issue at alalahanin kaugnay nito. Sa magiting na pagkakatayo ng paaralan sa gitna ng kabayanan, tinatayang mahigit 6,000 mag-aaral na tayabense sa halos lahat na nasasakupang barangay ng lungsod mula junior hanggang senior high school ang umaasang patuloy nilang magiging kanluan ang institusyon ng may kalidad na edukasyon. Kung kaya, naunsya man ang pagsasara ng nagdaang taong panuruan dahil sa banta ng pandemya, handa ang aming paaralan sa pagbubukas ng pasukan sa anumang kaparaanan at patuloy na lalaban sa digmaan ng pagpapanday ng karunungan sa gitna ng mapanghamon nating kalagayan.
Dito sa Luis Palad Integrated High School, handa na kami para sa taong panuruan 2020-2021. Handa ang isip, handa ang bukas.
Luis Palad Integrated High School, along with the Science Department, kick-started school year 2020-2021 through the distribution of self-learning modules to learners who live across more than 60 barangays in nearby towns in the city of Tayabas. To ensure that the faculty will provide quality in science education, the head of the Science Department provided technical assistance in handling modular and online distance learning modalities. And through the initiative of the department, they have launched their own YouTube channel that will showcase video lessons to strengthen the delivery of science concepts. Let us witness the channel primer and episode 1 of Agham Alamham. energy, structure of matter, parts of the cell, occurrence of eclipses. Do you find these topics difficult to understand? Worry no more, because we are here to help. Hello, Saipals! I am Sir Marvin Rosales from the Science Department of Luis Palad Integrated High School. Welcome to Agham Alam Hub, Palagian Sighted Portal. Through the initiative of our dear school principal, Dr. Hinercy de los Reyes, this YouTube channel was created by the Science Department to assist students in understanding concepts in the fields of biology, physics, chemistry, and Earth and space. Furthermore, we will deliver topics related to research, programming, and robotics. If you are wondering how our channel came to be known as Agham Alam Hub, let us break down the terminologies. Agham is the Tagalog equivalent of science. Alam refers to wisdom, which is different from alam, which means to know. Hub means a center of activity or interest. Incorporating these words give the very definition of Agham Alam Hub, where students gain relevant scientific wisdom. Streaming of weekly activities will start this November, and each episode will be hosted by competent faculty of the department who will discuss specific science concepts which are contextualized to address learners' needs. The school year has just begun, but the Science Department continuously finds ways and means to deliver science lessons through innovative and flexible modalities for the benefit of Batang Palagian. Together with the never-ending passion and dedication of its faculty and the strength of support from stakeholders, Luis Palad Integrated High School Science Department remains in the forefront of science education in the City Schools Division of Tayabas.
I'm Mark Vinercy del Carmen from Congressional Integrated High School, and today I am tasked to share some of my reflections about science teaching during this new normal. Before I start my discussion, I would like to share about a brief background about my school. So my school is part of the City Schools Division of Dasmariñas, which is one of the few divisions that offers a full online distance learning modality. So for that, we use the Moodle for our online learning platform. This is the same platform that the PNU uses, as well as the TESDA, and of course the DepEd Central Office. I have mentioned it because our division use a different server. We use a server of our own where the modules are created by the teachers of the division. So I would like to describe the class schedule in our school. First, for grade 7 and grade 8, they have their subjects once a week. With each session, 2 hours. The first 30 minutes is synchronous class, while the remaining 90 minutes will be asynchronous on where they have their online modules. For grade 9 and grade 10, because they are allowed to have more active screen time, they have their subjects twice a week. Each session is 90 minutes. The first 30 minutes is synchronous. The remaining 60 minutes is asynchronous. But halfway the quarter, we realized that it would be better that the first session would be completely synchronous and the next session would be completely asynchronous. This is to maximize the opportunity for the teachers to teach during the synchronous session. So my reflection would be all based on my actual teaching experience. So here are my teaching load for this school year. I teach grade 9 science for 4 different sections. I also teach basic physics for our grade 9 STEP or the STE program and General Physics 1 for grade 12 STEM students. I was borrowed by the senior high school department for this school year because they lack teachers at the moment. So my sharing will be all about learning facilitation on ODL. And there are 3 things that I would like to share things about. So about the synchronous session, and conducting performance tasks. So I have here 3 points for the 3 different aspects of ODL. So we'll have first the asynchronous or the independent learning part of the new normal. So my first point here is to reprocess content and always define. So as you remember, on the first phase of our preparations for this new normal, we are all tasked to create new modules to be used by our students. So our first instinct is to convert the available instructional materials that we have for the past years and try to make it a module. But we need to remember that we just do not make these things module right away. We need to completely reprocess the content that we have. And it is very important that we clearly define terms at the start of the module. So science is in the English language, and it's very difficult for many of the students to learn through reading and more importantly to understand different science terminologies. So it is necessary that we take the extra effort to define things at the start, which is the easier way of defining for students, not just copying what's on the book or what's on the internet, but we need to completely repackage the definitions that we'll present. The next point is to create a storyline when we design the modules. Nowadays, students can get easily disinterested on the things that they read, especially that they read a lot of things. They have 8 subjects. So we need to take an extra effort to make our subject more special for them. And there's a lot of opportunity for us to make it so. So for example, I have my topic as radioactivity and nuclear energy. So the first thing I always try to look for is a certain socio-scientific issue that is well known to our student. For example, here is the creation of the Bataan nuclear power plant, whether we need to use it or not. And of course, there's always an opportunity for different cartoons and animes that students know, which often have science involved on it. So last point about independent learning is when we choose our videos, we need to be wise on choosing it. The reminder is the keys message. Keep it short and simple. For me, I always try to limit the video that I assign to my students 4 minutes at max. And try to look for things that are explained in the simpler way or through animations. For me, I always try to look a video version of a certain concept of TED Ed. They have a good quality videos. And the last point about videos is that we need to provide guide questions for each video that we assign to our students to make the learning process easier for them and effective as well. Okay? So now I'll move to the synchronous sessions. The first idea is the use of the flipped classroom model. So the flipped classroom model is on the first part, the student on their own have advanced studies about something, independent learning. Okay? On the synchronous class, we'll talk about the things that they have read in advance or learned in advance on their modules. So in this part, the synchronous session is maximized because there will be an immediate discussion and teachers can provide feedback right away as they guide or facilitate the discussion among the students. And afterwards, you can do an additional task, the performance task, as the extend part of the learning. Okay, so the flipped classroom is a well, uh, uh, it is very appropriate for the online classes, okay, or the online modality. The next point is that sometimes we need to use the deductive method. Independent learning can be extra tiring for science. For students, they have eight, as I mentioned before, they had eight subjects that they need to learn on their own. And sometimes we need to give them a break doing that. Maybe we can do lectures every now and then. So not using inquiry method is not always bad. Okay? Sometimes this deductive method will be more effective, especially if the students are already being bombarded or being tired learning on their own. So we need to consider that sometimes doing the lecture would be the easier way and the better way. That's my idea. If you disagree, you can share it later in the comment section. Next is to provide samples during synchronous classes. Synchronous step-by-step samples and exercises are relief for students because it's easier for them to understand. It's very difficult to do problem solving on their own, just following the samples written on the module or watching videos by foreign authors or foreign videographers. For me, I invested buying a drawing tab so that I can have this as a way for me to have a digital board that I can write easily and do problem solving. Or for this example, I have the Punnett square. Okay, so that are the points for synchronous sessions. The last points are about the performance tasks. These are my reminders. First is to balance effort and learning. We do not need to give activities that are too difficult for the students to do on their own. Sometimes we need to choose the easier way. For example, if your topic is convection current, there's no need for the students to create a own version of lava lamp just to understand convection current for grade 10 science. Or for example, in Science 9, if the topic is the circulatory system or different organs, there's no need for the students to create a paper sculpture just to remember its shape. That's my message here. These activities are extra difficult and the learning are minimal, then try to look for a better and easier activity for the students. Next is go for the collaborative task. For me, at first, I am very hesitant to make my students do group works because I am thinking that this will be extra tasky for them or extra tedious for them. But as I have tried it, I really found that the students are very excited doing things with their classmates. Okay, the interactions with one another, they are longing for it, and they make uh, an extra mile to make a better output because they want their group mates be happy with them. So that's what I found out. They have a new level of synergy during this online period. Last point would be about empower students with technology. So we have a lot of trainings familiarizing with the available technology and the internet. We always think that the students are more knowledgeable than us, but they are also often unaware of the tools that they can use. For example, the Canva. We are given the free premium account for teachers, and we can also give students free premium account by adding them to our classrooms. And I encourage you to do it and teach the students to do Canva. And as they learn it on their own, you will be very surprised on the high quality output that they have using this. Another would be to allow them to know different resources freely available on the internet. For example, is OpenStax, which provide a free PDF books. This would be very useful for senior high school students. And next, the FES simulations that we always use in our class, maybe we can encourage now our students to do simulations on their own so that they can learn on their own easily and learn more on their own. Okay, so I think that's the last point that I can share. So these are all my personal reflections. If you disagree, then I'm very glad to hear about it. If you can add something more about it, then it's also you are encouraged to put it in the comment section. If you have questions, do it as well. Put it on the comment section and on the open forum. Maybe we can learn more from each other. So I think that's all for my session. Thank you very much. And God.
Thank you very much to our first two presenters, Mr. Mark Venner del Carmen and Mr. Marvin Rosales. So we would like to thank them for sharing their experiences to us regarding how they integrated technology for the new normal and how they used or how Marvin used online platforms for streaming videos and collaborating with other science teachers to come up with said videos. And we would like to thank Mr. Mark Venner del Carmen for reminding us of the things that we have to look into and pay attention to during asynchronous and synchronous classes. In particular, simplification of difficult tasks, balance, contextualization, especially that students are staying at home, collaborative tasks by students, and of course, empowering them with whatever is available, technology in particular. So again, thank you very much to Sir Marvin and Sir Mark Venernal Carmen. Let us now proceed to the next two presenters who will be sharing their perspectives. These two next presenters are both from private schools. So the third one is Mr. Kerwin Paul J. Gonzalez from Quezon City, and he will be followed by Mr. Roberto L. Rodriguez Jr. from Cavite. So to our online viewers, dyan lang kayo. Oh, by the way pala, muntik ko na makalimutan. Mamaya po may raffle tayo. Maghintay po kayo. Hindi lang po isang mananalo. 15 ang bibigyan namin ng cash prizes just for staying with us. At tandaan, kung wala dito sa room, ang prize po ay mafo-forfeit. So please, stay in tune with us and please be here until the end of the session. Maraming salamat. Let us now proceed to the next presenters.
As COVID-19 placed a stop on all types of industries, education was one of those who showed resilience. I am Kerwin Gonzalez, a basic education teacher of Dr. Carlos S. Lanting College. Today, I'm going to present to you some of the best practices and different challenges we had as we end our first semester and enter our second. Dr. Carlos S. Lanting College is located at Sangandaan, Quezon City. It is a former midwifery school and specializes in healthcare collegiate courses before it ventured into basic education. It implements a quality system and adheres to the policies and guidelines as stipulated by the different organizations and departments as seen on the slide. Presently, DCLC has started its academic year in this new normal last August 17 and is now on the approach of capping up its first semester. How did we start our first year? We started the academic year by profiling both the students and the teachers. Because we give importance to our stakeholders, we give value to what kind of connectivity they have at home. Hence, we have categorized both the students and teachers alike into three. Category 1, as to those who do not have internet access or possibility of having one. Category 2, as to those who have limited access to the internet, or simply saying those who are using data connection or internet speeds less than 25 Mbps. Lastly, category 3, or those who have stable internet connection, specifically, they are the ones who use fiber connection and internet speed of 25 Mbps or above. As a result, 90% of our students fall under Category 3 and the remaining on Category 2. While 95% of our teachers are considered Category 3 and 5% as Category 2. Since teachers are the key factors in the continuity of the Lantinian education, the school considered the IATF guidelines and have turned the computer lab into a place where the 5% are welcome to use. In addition, the school has also offered a printing room for their students who wish to have their study guides printed and sent to them via courier. Since the profile of the students fell onto Category 2, the school made sure that they still have analogous modules in the form of study guides. Considering the most essential learning competencies, the teacher's daily lesson log, curriculum maps, and teaching pedagogies were made sure that they look into what the experts have stipulated. Hence, still unpacking of the standards were considered to be done to plot out the teacher's daily activities. As the preparation ends on what topics will the students have to learn all throughout the academic year, the school has acquired two learning management systems so as to divert as well the internet traffic and will serve as a backup for looming problems. The school has purchased Google Suite for Education and Cisco WebEx as its main provider of learning management system. While having its platforms coordinate with each other, WebEx meetings or Google Meet may be considered by the teacher while all uploads like virtual laboratories, videos, study guides, and reading materials, home experiments, are done through Google Classroom. In addition to this, no assignments are downloaded, and all are done online with the use of the collaborative tools of the Google Suite. With this, teachers are able to send its class schedules and plans to the students and parents using the Google Calendar and the embedded deadline in Google Classroom. Students now have better time management, become more accountable, and have wider opportunities in being autonomous with themselves. The daily procedural happens in this way. Each teacher uploads all the materials needed by the students to study in advance, more specially known as the study guides. They then conduct synchronous classes and record all sessions with the students. In this way, we are able to provide a contingency plan to those whose connection will suddenly bug down. After the online meeting, a short activity or evaluation is uploaded by the teacher if they would prefer to have one. If they do, they should stay in the virtual room for any inquiries from the students until the scheduled time ends. Lastly, the recorded session is uploaded. In line with the assessment, the Department of Education has released a DepEd Order 31, Series 2020 last October 2. That states new policies regarding the assessment and grading. As discussed by the management with the teachers, it has come to a close that DO 31 will now be part of the interim guidelines of the school. Consequently, the school implemented the policy and followed the grading percentages as follows. With this, the teachers looked into and study the different appendices attached with DO31. Individually, science teachers applies both the indicated face-to-face and online summative sample assessment in their different modalities, adjusting it to the students' needs. As part of the assessment of the teachers in their aim to lessen the workload of the students, the teachers conduct project integration and extend deadline leniency to the students. All projects are supported by rubrics and timely constructive feedbacks. All of these are inspired by different authors and researchers on the possible best way on teaching in this pandemic education. As Mr. Lansangan experienced, teachers should be able to reach out. As we adapt to this concept, we add to Mr. Lansangan our very own Lantinian experience as we look to our own lessons, challenges, and opportunities. As we teach as one Lantinian in our own context of reach out, we record synchronous meetings, explore other teachers' melts, and assess as one. Connect with students, parents, and guardians. Honor honesty and integrity. Offer timely feedback. Upload materials on time. And tailor fit the lessons for different student category. This is how we do it the Lentinian way. Thank you and good day.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for being with us in this CPASN webinar. I'm here to present to you the FEU Cavite Senior High School Department practices during this new normal. I'm Mr. Roberto Rodriguez Jr., a PhD in Science Education student from PNU Manila. To give you an overview, this presentation will be covering the new normal preparations, virtual classroom instructions, and the assessment, doing these all in the Tamara way. First, we have new normal preparations. We prepared the learner's module, but this time it is for just the recalibration. Why? Because prior to these new normal setup, we already have these modules. But these modules are designed for teacher's reference whenever a teacher will be asked to substitute or to take over the other teacher's class. This time, we do some recalibration in such a way that we anchor the content of the module now to our most essential learning competencies, and we foresee different class interruptions depending on the activities we plan prior to the opening of classes. Of course, these learners module are also designed in such a way that we can cater the offline learners. Despite the fact that all of our students preferred to do online learning, we expected that some of the students might be having some difficulties adjusting to our new normal setup. We also had some class simulations prior to the opening of classes. We asked teachers to do some online teaching to the teachers and to the learners so that we can evaluate what are the things to improve and what are the things to prepare for the opening of the classes. We also had some contextualization of school activities because we need to do that in an online setup depending on the type of the celebration. For example, the Science Week, for example, the Buwanang Wika and the National Reading Month. These are the contextualizations we've done. We also contextualize the content of the modules wherein the learners will be asked to work on the task that they can be working on with their family members, for example, at the comforts of their home. For the instruction proper in the virtual classroom, we follow different class structures. Our schedules are designed to the same as the college, meaning we have a Monday, Thursday, and Tuesday, Friday pairs, wherein for each subject they have 2 hours each, meaning 4 hours for the entire week. The Wednesdays are for them to have classes in PE for just an hour or two, and then for our programs for the general community. These are our class structures. For each class structure, we allotted time for them to have a synchronous class and an asynchronous class. For example, class structure number 1, it's 1 hour synchronous, 1 hour asynchronous. For number 2, it's 0.5 synchronous, 1.5 asynchronous. Third, purely asynchronous, and fourth is for plenary. For class structures 1 and 2, it depends on how the students and teachers will be having the class. As long as when they sum up all the class are for synchronous, they have 1 hour or zero point 0.5. We are not allowed to have more than an hour of synchronous class. For the asynchronous, for the third class structure, it's purely asynchronous, meaning the students need to submit something at the end of the period to serve as their attendance. For the fourth one, it's the plenary, meaning if I'm having 4 classes in General Physics 1, I can just meet them in a specific schedule where I can meet all of these sections to discuss our lesson. But that is, of course, for approval because we need to take a look at different conflicts in our schedule. This class structure number 4 is intended for us to have some makeup classes whenever we have class interruptions due to class suspensions or due to some department-wide activity. Moreover, we have our Canvas elements by Instructure and MS Teams from the Office 365. We already have an idea what Canvas is because Canvas is already part of our blended learning prior to this new normal. This Canvas is now extended to parents. parents now have their Canvas accounts for them to observe how the learner is progressing in our class. That is also the way to communicate to the learner and to the teacher and to the admin through their Canvas accounts. These parents are just observers in class. They're not allowed to participate in our Canvas courses. But the learners will be having a full access of the activities posted by the teacher. We make sure that the teachers, the parents, and the learners have the necessary training for them to have these Canvas ready prior to the opening of the classes. We also have these MS Teams incorporated to Canvas, wherein we are actually conducting our synchronous classes, and this is where we calendar our synchronous sessions so that the parents and the learners will know when and at what specific time are we going to meet synchronously. During the session, of course, we know that some of the learners may find it difficult or might find it challenging to ask questions in front of the online class. And the learners with them are also seeing them asking questions. So we encourage them to post questions to some other websites such as Mentimeter and Slido so that they can ask questions anonymously. The challenge on these, on the other hand, is that the teachers and the learners need to switch windows, and the teachers are advised or encouraged to have a second screen wherein they can monitor the questions that will be posted by the other learners. This is actually just a suggestion to our teachers, but most of the time, they utilize the raise hand feature of MS Teams. Some are posting questions for the discussion in Canvas, depending on which one suits best to their course demand. Lastly, for the instruction, we let the students experience meaningful learning at the comforts of their home using some external applications, some of which are PhET simulations, which can be used not just in science but also in other subjects like math. It is a free simulation online, and we also ask the students to install the phone application if they're using phone during class, or to install this in their laptops, depending on the capabilities of their devices. But most of the time, we just give them the link so that no need to download the app or the software itself. We also have Desmos. This is commonly used in math, but we also use this in physics and in chemistry whenever we are observing graphs. For example, graphing motion. We let them graph that through Desmos because we cannot ask them to graph on the graph paper real time. So we ask them to have Desmos. Then for the earth science, we ask them to utilize Google Earth. It's a free application that they can use for that. They can use on the activities designed in earth science. And lastly, we subscribe to Labster. Labster is a virtual laboratory application wherein the teachers and the learners will be having a virtual laboratory experience. For example, in physics, an experience to develop a roller coaster, incorporating the knowledge in energy, in dynamics, wherein the learners are going to be guided by artificial intelligence on how they will apply what they learn in class so that we will not be limiting them to a teacher-centered or to an instruction-heavy discussion in class. So we tend to utilize these external applications. Of course, there are different other applications out there that we can actually utilize in our classes. For the assessment, we utilize the written and practical examination. It can be either or both. Written can be done through our learning management system, wherein the teachers can develop questions depending on the type of question that can be catered by the learning management system. There are different types of questions that can be posted in the learning management system. Then, we have the practical examination. This can be the debate online. It can be making websites. It can also be asking them to take a video of themselves, demonstrating a scientific concept, for example. We also have collaborative performance tasks. So as the name suggests, it's collaborative, meaning a certain task can be graded across various courses taken by the learners at the same time during that semester or by that quarter. So the teacher, for example, in General Physics 1, will be proposing to other teachers for a collaboration so that the learners will not be bombarded with different tasks in different subjects. So for a certain task, it may be graded in UCSP, oral communication, communication, general biology 1, and then in research project, depending on the types of tasks that the learners, or skills rather, that the learners need to show in the performance task. Also, it has to be duly noted that for each subject, different rubric should be used so that the learners would know how they will be graded by each teacher in each course. Most of the time, this performance task is part of their major examination. Part of it is recorded in their major examination, depending, of course, on the competencies that they need to attain at the end of the quarter or at the end of the semester. Lastly, we also have this online class experience evaluation. We all know that this new normal setup is unprecedented, meaning we cannot say that a certain institution is an expert in this online learning or teaching and learning setup. So we have our online class experience evaluation at the middle of the semester, at the end of the semester, so that we would know how to improve the processes, the programs, and activities we have in class and in our department. So that ends my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you learned something, and please do not hesitate to ask questions during the open forum.
Maraming salamat po sa ating dalawang speakers na katatapos lang, Mr. Roberto Rodriguez Jr. and Mr. Kerwin Paul J. Gonzalez. What I really like about what they said is tailor fitting the lesson to the students, which was mentioned by Sir Kerwin, and that suggestion of a plenary type of class from Sir Rodriguez, as well as some tips for virtual classroom. So I think gumagaling po lalo tayo as we progress through this program. So ngayon naman ay malapit na tayong matapos. So I would like to call the fifth person to share her experiences sa classroom at saka yung mga practices niya. Kung kanina nanggaling po sa public at saka sa private schools ang mga nauna, ang panghuli at ang panglima naman natin ay nanggaling sa isang science high school which is under the DOST. So to our online viewers, ang ating pinakahuling speaker na magpe-present ng kanyang practices at experiences ay walang iba kundi si Miss Gladys Falconaya.
Good morning, fellow teachers. The last presentation will be a sharing of the lived experiences as a science teacher during the transition from the previous school year fourth grading period to the first quarter implementation of the curriculum under the new normal of the Philippine Science High School system. To commence with, let me introduce to you to our institution. The Philippine Science High School system is a research-oriented and specialized public high school system in the Philippines that operates as an attached agency of the Philippine Department of Science and Technology. PSHS is considered as a top science high school in the Philippines and is viewed to be among the best in the ASEAN region by 2016. It is composed of 16 campuses, one in every region. Yours truly is affiliated with one of the 16 campuses of the premier science high school of the country, the Philippine Science High School Calabarzon Region Campus located at Batangas City. We all know and we experience that one of the many sectors that were affected, thriving, and continued to be resilient during the pandemic is the education sector. When the lockdown happened, the decade had just almost ended the fourth and final grading period. Unfortunately for PSI, we were just starting the final quarter of our academic year. That's why having the sudden shift of modality and approach has really become a great challenge for the entire PSI system. Since everybody was shocked because of how rapid everything happened and how late and slow a proactive measure was implemented, the system decided to conduct a bridging program. This is to address the gap due to the suspension of classes before starting the succeeding academic year. This bridging program contains only the identified DLCs essential in taking up the subjects in the next school year. Here, the students in our campus are required to participate in this non-graded activity, and they will receive a certificate of completion upon finishing the program. The roles of the teachers are the following. So the teachers identify the essential learning competencies that need to be covered and are prerequisite to the subjects in the next school year. The teachers also have the freedom to use learning management system or LMS that they are comfortable with and have been using in their classes already. At the same time, since each teachers are to identify the learning competencies, they are also the one to prepare the learning modules independently. In preparation for the next school year, each subject has selected curriculum writers who were tasked to revise the curriculum that will be tailored fit to the current situation. Along with them are the writers and reviewers who are fortunately, they are well compensated depending on the number of modules or learning guides they have written, including internet allowance while writing the learning guides. So here is an example of a recommended class schedule. In my case, I am handling Research 1 of grade 10 classes. This length of schedule for asynchronous classes depend on the actual number of meetings that they are conducting during face-to-face discussion, but is reduced to 30 minutes per session instead of 50 minutes. This is per week. This is only a recommended schedule for them to accomplish their learning guides and is highly flexible, meaning it cannot be followed and depends on the student's preference. This just serves as a guide for their time management. As we all know, many students used to cram all tasks at once while others want it all well planned. Initially, a 15-minute video conference per week was implemented, but then it becomes 30 minutes to elaborate more on the unclear concepts the students encountered during their asynchronous session. One of the two modalities is the use of the learning guides written by the module writers that uses the THINK framework. THINK stands for target, which is basically the objectives. H is the who, the motivation or the baseline for lesson presentation. I is ignite, which is the lesson proper. N is the navigate, where assessment techniques that are formative in nature are implemented, while not presents the summary of the lesson, where it reiterates the salient points. And this was adapted all throughout the system. Aside from that, unlike during the bridging program, where teachers use various LMS, the PSH system decided that all 16 campuses will use one online platform, which is the PSHS Knowledge Hub, also called the K-Hub, which is powered by Moodle. Prior to the opening of classes, both the teachers and the students received training on how to use this LMS. Of course, during the first week, there are many challenges like how slow the K-Hub function, which was immediately addressed by the systems administration. Until now, the system is still providing various national and international training for free, whether in content, pedagogy, and assessment that fits the current situation of the students and the teachers. Now, in terms of pedagogy, each teacher has their own context depending on the subject that they are handling. There are those who have their classes online as if they are in a normal setup. They just change the modality, like in social science subjects that require interaction, which is actually effective, especially to those in the lower years. There are those who create lesson videos, especially those that require frequent revisitation of discussions like mathematics, sciences, and music. We all know we got so many teachers turned YouTubers, which is also in favor to both the students and the teachers, because the teachers doesn't have to repeat discussion for every class, and students can simply rewatch it if anything is vague. So then the synchronous session becomes a period for clarification. In my case, since I'm teaching research, I'm using other platforms to communicate, especially that I need to provide urgent feedback on my students' outputs. Since I'm teaching research, we communicate through email or messenger applications. Now, since we have to make sure that they can organize their files since they are dealing with lots of readings, they are advised to use a reference management software. The one recommended here is Mendeley because it's free and you can access it through your mobile phone. Also, to check the authenticity of their output, they are run through a plagiarism checker software like Turnitin. This actually eases the job of the teachers and provides immediate feedback to the students at the same time. At the same time, they are warned regarding the commission of academic dishonesty, which is a ground for disciplinary actions actually. Natural science subjects provide simulations and augmented reality applications. So here are some. Since doing wet lab and field work is hardly possible. Okay, so here are only some examples. In terms of assessment, there are 3 options that are provided by the system. These 3 options are tailored fit to the nature of the subjects. Okay, for option 1, it is consists of 4 factors: 2 long tests, 1 alternative assessment, and formative assessment. Take note that formative assessment here is actually defined as graded activities. Okay? All of 4 components is composed of 25%. The good thing here is in all options, the graded activity or the formative assessment has a 40% compliance, meaning when a student submit a graded drill, it already has a 40% of the total score. 60% will be the 60% component will be coming from the actual score. By the way, option 1 is used by subjects such as mathematics, while option 2 is composed of 35, 40, 25 proportion, which is composed of long exam for 35%, alternative assessment, which is 40%, and formative assessment, which is 25%. This is good for natural science subjects such as physics, bio, and chemistry that requires more on activities such as laboratory works, which is more on simulation, but they need to provide lab reports. Third option, this is actually my grading system for my subject in research because this is good for practical subjects like research and computer science, which is composed of 75% alternative assessment and 25% formative assessment. Okay, so there are also many challenges, same as other public schools, such as availability of resources, connectivity issues, funding, health protocols, and the likes. But let us focus on how it is being resolved by our system. Same with you, printed modules are distributed to all requesting students, though it is also available online. Gadgets were lent to both teachers and students, such as laptop and desktops. Teachers who work from home are given internet allowance, same with students, while teachers who report personally on the campus were provided with round-trip transportation or free lodging inside the campus in the dormitory, and of course, hazard pay. Okay, so to end my sharing, let me say this quote from F. Sunil Jose. No matter what, it's the teacher that makes the difference, not the classroom. So thank you very much. And thank you for being strong for your students. And also I would like to take this opportunity to promote our school, just in case. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gladys Falconaya of the Philippine Science High School, Calabarzon. So I really like, especially that last slide you presented, it's really the teacher, not the classroom, that makes the difference. And we really appreciate those which you have shared, especially the think model, and then your practice of lending gadgets, and sana all may hazard pay. We hope na tayo lahat magka-hazard pay pero I think there are some limitations to that. And that is one of the sad realities that we have right now. Anyway, since our 5 presenters are done with their sharing of their practices and their experiences in curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment in science education in the respective schools, let us proceed to the open forum. Once again, we will be opening the room for questions. And please welcome our moderator, my classmate, Ms. Hanifa Haji Abbas. Ms. Hanifa, please be in charge of the open forum.
Thank you, sir. Hello, good afternoon again. I am back. I hope andyan pa tayong lahat at wag na wag tayong bibitaw sa ating mas screen. Ang big surprise is waving. But before that, if you have questions regarding different modalities adopted by different schools in the new normal as presented by the presenters, please drop it on our chat box. And we will be glad to answer your questions. Oh, by the way, we have one here from Sir Michael Lizondra. This is actually addressed to Sir Viner. For the asynchronous part, you mentioned that you use video lectures like TED to supplement learning of students. However, giving video lectures during asynchronous schedule increases screen time exposure of students, which somehow violates the suggested screen time for students given by the PED. What is your take on it, sir?
Good afternoon po. Thank you po for the question. Actually, dun po sa DMCI 2020, Series 00162, the active screen time for grade 9 to grade 12 students is 4 hours per week. So yung aming pong synchronous class is 30 minutes per subject per day. Tapos dun sa asynchronous po namin, actually, it's still considered as active screen time because we use online module. So it is really expected that during asynchronous classes, the students is also using their computers. So we already accounted for that. So even though we use videos for asynchronous time, it is still within the limit of 4 hours per day for grade 9 to grade 12 students. So that would be it, Ma'am Hanif.
Okay, so I just address the question of Sir Michael. Okay, so I see no more questions. Should we proceed to the next part of this program?
Kung wala na pong katanungan, I think everybody is satisfied with that since we have 5 presenters. Napaka-rich ng sharing natin. And to add to it, kami naman po sa university, ang practice na ginawa namin is we divided the SEM into two. So nangyari, meron kaming modified semester. Dun sa first half ng semester, dun i-offer ang kalahati ng mga subjects to be taken for a SEM. And then for the second half of the semester, dun naman i-offer yung kasunod na kalahati for that semester. Pero syempre, yung times 2. Nasa management pa rin ng teachers since we have what we call as the professional judgment of teachers. Sabi nga dun sa last slide kanina, di ba, it's with the teacher's decision. Nasa professional judgment pa rin natin. How do we weigh on things? Anyway, marami pong salamat sa lahat ng presenters natin and to our resource speakers in our plenary speaker a while ago. Ngayon naman, tulad ng sinabi namin, meron kaming pasurpresa. Aside dun sa bagong kaalaman na binigay ng ating mga resource speakers and presenters, magkakaroon po tayo ng paraffle na ang cash prize natin ay GCash or any form na pwede natin i-convert yon. It's 200 pesos per winner. We will have 20 winners of 200 pesos worth of GCash. 20 winners. And surprise, meron pang 3 winners na tip of 500 pesos. Meron tayong generous na benefactor na nagbigay ng 1,500 to give cash prize of 500 pesos to 3 lucky participants na narito ngayon. So, kung marinig po ninyo o mabubunot ang inyong name, for this, actually, we did the pre-drawing of names and then I will just be announcing them. It will be my first time reading their names here. Kung nandito po sila, you can open your microphone and say you're here and present, or you can type there in the chat box that I'm here, like that, things like those. Just make known that you are here. Okay na po tayo, ha? Eto. I have here the list of names. Ayun, it is a reminder from our host. Type your name there kung andoon po kayo. And by the way, after this session, if you would like to get the certificate of participation for our webinar, please fill out an evaluation form, which we will be posting later in the form of a link. Here are the winners. Pakisabi naman po kung andito kayo, medyo mahirap po ng kaunti kasi hindi ko kayo nakikita lahat. Our first winner of 200 pesos, Gladys Fruelda. If you are here, please open your microphone or say that you're present. Chat us through the chat box. Kung wala po, ang mangyayari is forfeited ang kanyang prize. So, bibigyan po natin siya ng ample time to reply to us. Pero kung wala, kasunod na mananalo, Miss Diana Hidalgo. Miss Diana Hidalgo is here. Nakikita ko siya. Ayun, our first winner said, I'm here, sir. So, kukontakin po namin kayo. Our representative will be contacting you to claim your prize. Thank you very much, Ma'am Diana. Third winner, Angelica Lynn Mendoza. Angelica Lynn Mendoza, it is sad I couldn't see her in the list of participants. Moving with our fourth winner, Makiling Adeluisa. Miss Adeluisa Makiling. Unfortunately, wala rin po siya sa list ng ating participants. So proceeding with Miss Sheila May Villamor. Miss Sheila May Villamor? I think she's here. Ma'am Sheila, ayun, nagkumakaway pa siya, nag-wave pa siya. Ma'am, thank you for joining us. And because you joined us at nabunot ang pangalan ninyo, you will receive 200 pesos worth of GCash. So, kukontakin na lang po kayo ng aming representative to claim your prize. Thank you very much, Ma'am Sheila. Proceeding to our next winner. Our next winner, Constantino RS. I don't know what RS stands for, but it's Constantino. It's unfortunate na wala si Constantino RS dito sa ating list of participants. So I will proceed with the next winner. for 200 pesos is Joycel Mendaro. Unfortunately, wala din siya sa ating list of participants. Ano ba naman to? Ba't wala kayo sa ating mga list ngayon? Our next winner of 200 pesos, kung andito man siya, Bersamin Shirel. Pero I think wala siya sa ating list of participants. So we have to proceed with the next winner, Ramos Catherine. Miss Catherine Ramos is watching the live stream via YouTube. So, ibibigay pa rin po natin ang prize sa kanya. Congratulations to Miss Catherine Ramos. So, tatlo pa lang ang ating nagnanalo ng 200 pesos. Ang dami pa nating ipamimigay. The next winner is Miss Teresita Gutierrez. Too bad, wala din po siya sa list of participants. Following that, we have Miriam L. Bagsit. Miss Miriam L. Bagsit is in the meeting room. I can see her name. Miss Marian, kumusta po kayo? Kaway naman po kayo kung andyan kayo. Ayun, nag-open ang camera si Ma'am Marian. Ma'am Marian, thank you for joining our webinar this morning. Dahil po nabunot ang pangalan ninyo, you will receive 200 pesos worth of GCash or kung ano man pong monetary equivalent doon. Thank you very much po. Ma'am Marian is here. By the way, kung nasa YouTube daw po kayo, mag-comment kayo or nag-view kayo sa YouTube. Mag-comment lang daw po kayo dun sa video kung kayo ay nasa YouTube. I have here still a list of names. Sana andito na yung iba kasi sayang naman. Ang dami namin perang pinamimigay. Next winner is Maria Carmela Perez. Too bad wala din siya. Sayang naman. Next winner is Cristina Meniano. Wala din po siya sa ating list of participants dito sa ating meeting room. And then what about for the next winner? May nag-comment. Nasa YouTube si Ma Carmela Perez. So we will give her the prize. Currently meron na tayong 6. May 6 na winner na tayo. Ang dami pa rin. Hindi pa natatapos. Another winner, we have David Tailin. Kaso, parang wala siya dito sa ating meeting room. So i-check ulit natin kung andito na ang ibang winners natin. Andito ba yung mga kanina? I think I see one of the winners na natawag kanina. Nasa meeting room siya. Joycel Mendaro. Joycel, please say hi. Ayun po. One of the winners is here. Joycel Mendaro. So dahil andito ka, bibigyan ka namin ng 200 pesos worth of GCash. To my classmates, ilan na ba yung mga nabanggit nating pangalan nandito? I think wala pang 10 iyon, right? What about giving away the rest? Miss Catherine Ramos is watching the live stream via YouTube. Ayun, paki-count na rin po. Miss Catherine Ramos. Dear classmates, panote na lang po. Baka ako yung malito. I cannot keep track of it anymore since I am reading from the chat box. So, the next one, ayun. Si Sailene po nasa YouTube din watching. So, Sailene David is watching via YouTube. That is what was mentioned here in the chat box. Ma'am Adeluisa Makiling is watching via YouTube as well. So probably nga, yung iba, they cannot join the Zoom meeting so they opted to watch via YouTube and we will still give them the prize. Again, salamat po. Dear classmates, meron pa po ba tayong i-draw na names given the names na nabanggit kanina? I think meron pang slot. Hindi pa tayo nakakapag-draw for the 500 pesos.
Ilan na yun sa'yo, Sir? Sir Dexter? Ilang
Hindi
names?
ko na,
6?
parang hindi ko na rin
Miss
na.
Diana Hidalgo, tama?
Let us recount. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8.
8.
We
So
have
we need,
8.
let's draw 12 more numbers. My classmates.
12
Pasensya na
pang
po kayo, ha?
bubunutin natin.
Talagang lunchtime talaga, we're stretching it to 1 o'clock.
Oo nga, mabutay ng 1. We were expecting to finish this by 12.
Alright,
We have been
classmates,
informed.
ano na?
We have been informed that Mr. Rosita Rodriguez is also watching via YouTube.
Okay.
By one of our co-hosts here. Therefore, increasing the number of winners to 9, we will have to draw 11 more.
Mm-hmm.
Sabi nung isa nating participant, bunutin mo na po ako.
Sarap maging dentista, no? Para bunutin ka na lang.
Exactly. I hope po marami po kayong natututunan. Sa ngayon ay bumubunot pa rin po ang team ng mga PhD Science Education students ng mga posibleng mananalo. Sabi ni Ma'am Jennifer Ansiado, I don't know kung Ma'am or Sir si Ansiado, go Sir Dexter, ako na. Don't you worry po, for sure naman ang mga PhD Science Education students na mag-draw ng mga pangalan.
Sir Dex, kumanta ka muna habang nagdo-draw pa. Na-stress kasi yung spin wheel.
Ay, marunong akong kumanta eh.
Na-stress talaga ang spin wheel, ano?
Medyo matagal kasi yung Wheel of Names na yan.
Ayan na, Sir Dexter. May lumalabas ng mga bagong pangalan.
Miss Lovely Baldos. Titingnan ko ang number of participants itong list niya. Andito ba si Miss Lovely Baldos? Wala po si Miss Lovely Baldos. Sayang naman. Next name, Jomar Guerra. It's Jomar Guerra here. Wala siya sa ating meeting room. Let us hope na nasa YouTube na lang yung mga nabanggit na pangalan. Lovely Baldos and Jomar Guerra. Next. Alicia Romy or Romay. So, wala rin po siya sa ating meeting room. Here are the other names. Pasensya na. Medyo matagal yung pagpili nila ng names ngayon. We have Miss Bautista, Gloria M. But looking at the list of participants, parang hindi ko siya nakikita. So moving on with our next name. Miss Maribeth Caponpon, he is also not in the meeting room. What about this one? Mr. Virgilio Sumabat Jr. Wala rin po siya. We have been informed Miss Alicia Romay is watching through YouTube. So we will give her that. Meron na tayong 10. 10 na po ba yun?
Tayo na lang kaya sir mag-party dun sa 10. Joke!
Sayang naman. Sana kami naman still watching, sabi po ni Ma'am Marife Montalvo. Oo nga naman. Next winner, Miss Jocelyn Jones. Andito po ba si Miss Jocelyn Jones? Wala po si Miss Jocelyn Jones. We still have 10 winners na tigto 200 pesos. Tapos notwithstanding, meron pa tayong tigto 500 pesos na ibibigay. Here is the next winner. Catalina Punzalan. Andito po ba si Catalina Punzalan, one of the winners? Wala po siya. Wala yung Catalina Punzalan. And then, looking at the chat group, Ande Balmaceda. Wala rin po siya dito. Next, we have next winner, Ricky Monton. It's a good thing nakakita ko yung pangalan niya sa list ng mga narito sa meeting room. Mr. Ricky Monton, you will also be receiving 200 pesos. And we have just been informed that Balmaceda is watching via YouTube. So, Ande Balmaceda will also be given the 200 pesos. We have now 12 winners. Parang napaka-painful ng pagpili ng winners. Lahat ng drawing ng mga names, ito yung pinaka-painful. Ang hirap na wala yung mga winners. So, ito na sila. Here are the names. Sana nandito na silang lahat. First winner, Senen Salubayba. Is Senen Salubayba here? Nandito po siya. Senen Salubayba, paki-on naman ng video or yung microphone and then tell us hi. Kung andito man siya, sayang ang 200. Mafo-forfeit kung hindi niyo po sasabihin. Following that, we also have Jordan Marilag. Jordan Marilag. Mr. Marilag. Ayun, I'm here po, sabi ni Senen Salubayba. What about Mr. Jordan Marilag? Just say hi and then we will give you the prize too. We will take note of that. And then next winners, we have Rachel Pauli. Rachel Pauli. Just say hi sa chat box or say I'm here and then the prize is yours. Next winner, Noralyn R. Reyes. Andito rin siya sa ating meeting room. Noralyn Reyes, congratulations for 200 pesos. I think we're down to the last two. Ayun, I'm here, sabi po ni Ma'am Noralyn. We have Marjorie Aguila. I'm right, no? Marjorie Aguila po ito. Rachel Pauli said hi. Marjorie Aguila, you also win 200 pesos. Thank you for joining us. I'm here po, sabi ni Ma'am Marjorie. And then, we also have Miriam Bagsit. Andito po si Ma'am Miriam Bagsit. Congratulations! You also win 200 pesos. Now, down to our 3 winners of 500 pesos. Naku, napaka-painful ng drawing of names na yun. Really. Yung awkward na situation na tatawagin niyo yung mga winners pero wala pala sila. But anyway, let's proceed to the 3 winners of 500 pesos each. That can be GCash or kung gusto nyo sa land bank, pwede rin. And we will be giving away the prizes starting tomorrow. Just contact our organizers. 500 pesos. First winner, Princess Margaret Paz. Is she here? Princess Margaret Paz, say hello. Oh, ayun. She said, I am here. Hello. So you win 500 pesos. Thank you very much for joining us until this moment in time. Second winner of 500 pesos, we have Riza Suarez. Is Riza Suarez here? In the list of participants, narito po siya. Riza Suarez. Pa-hello na lang po and say you're present or you're here to claim the 500 pesos. Finally, sumagot na po si Ma'am Riza. I'm here. And the final winner of 500 pesos, we have Jackie De Lumen. It's Miss Jackie De Lumen here. Based
Yes,
on
she's here. Thank you.
And dito po, Jackie De Lumen. 500 pesos. Congratulations to all the winners of cash prizes mula sa ating raffle draw. Marami pong salamat. So ang lesson po noon is sa mga nag-a-attend ng webinar, kailangan inaabangan nyo at pinapaabot hanggang dulo. Kasi malay nyo may pasurpresa pala. O diba? Ganun lang po naman. Maliban dun sa valuable takeaways natin mula sa mga resource speakers natin kanina, sana natuwa din po kayo dun sa simple na may regalo para sa inyo. So at this juncture, bago po natin tapusin ang lahat ng bagay na ito with a beautiful singing of the PNU hymn, I will be calling PNU's Director for Graduates Research Office. Narito na po siya, Dr. Arlene Marasigan, for her to give the closing remarks.
Hello, good afternoon. Sorry, akala ko naka-unmute na ako.
Good afternoon.
So, good afternoon sa lahat. Okay. By the way, I would like to congratulate the organizer of this event. Also to Dr. Balagtas, Dr. Natividad, and Dr. Masangkay. A very good presentation. Overwhelming. I hope you learned a lot from their presentations. Sobrang maganda though, nakikinig ako kahit paano. I'm doing a multitasking work, but then it's really a very productive day hearing those presentations like Dr. Balagtas setting the context of the Philippine education through PISA, and Dr. Natividad discussing the response of the Department of Education given all these challenges, and Dr. Masangkay discussed the recommendation on how can we cope with these challenges in the midst of pandemic. So basically, of course, some of the teachers presented their presentations. It's a matter of self-efficacy, self-determination, and pragmatic approach given these challenges. So congratulations everyone. Also, I would like to thank Professor Butron and Professor Jalil Datukan also for inviting me to have this closing remark. So I think the day is enough for you to face some of the challenges. I know we cannot solve everything overnight, but still this is a good day to start with, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arlene Marasigan, Director of GRESO, for the closing remarks. Before we officially end this program, I would like to remind everybody for a few things. First, if you would like to get a certificate of participation, kindly click the link of the evaluation form. It will automatically generate a certificate of participation after you answer it. Okay, and then we would also like to invite all the science teachers out there who are still interested to join this activity. We will have a training later that is related to astronomy. It will be slated at 2 p.m. Kindly send us a message or send a message to Dr. Christ John Pastor if you want to join that, or follow the page of the PSAUC Gister Science and Math, UC Gister Science and Math Cluster. Alright, please do not forget to click the link to get your certificates of participation, as well as join us this afternoon, 2 p.m. for the astronomy session. Oo nga po pala, ang astronomy session na iyon ay mayroong katumbas na CPD units. So it's really worth it. It's really worth your time. So if there are no other things and questions, it's time to appropriately end this webinar. And the best thing to end this is by singing the PNU hymn. Dear online viewers, ladies and gentlemen, fellow teachers, thank you very much for attending this webinar on curriculum pedagogy and assessment in secondary science education in the new normal. With that, good day and see you again for the next webinar session.
Kindly unshare the screen so we can have a photo up for everyone. Yan. Can you turn on your screen? Your videos, everyone. Miss Camille will take the photo. Ang gaganda nyo. Thank you very much for coming, even though it's a holiday. Thank you. Miss Camille, are you ready?
Live stream natin, pwede na po tayong mag-picture ng ganito.
Natapos din.
Oh, good. Paborito ko yung nagdodraw na walang
pangalan. Are you taking a picture na? Who's taking a picture?
Ako po, sir. I'll take
Okay.
a picture.